Believe me.
I almost hit it. I actually almost hit it.
Hello, everyone.
Boy.
Welcome to Tales from the Forgotten Troop, where today I feel like screaming like a husky. If you're enjoying what we're doing and would like to support the show, there are numerous ways you can do so. We have a link in the Twitch chat, the Twitch About section, or our YouTube description if you're watching the VOD. I lost my train of thought. And yes,
that's
our
Blue
Beacons
Taste
page,
on Demand, folks. That's Blue Taste on Demand.
This link to our Beacons page has all of our affiliate links where you can buy stuff and help give us money and just show us some love. We also have a coffee page where you can make a one-time donation or become a monthly member. Get access to exclusive bonus content. And we have merch on our Redbubble, so you can get some pretty cool stuff and support your retail therapy habit. I don't know. If you would like to stay updated on what's going on with the show or other stuff in general that we might be doing, you can follow us on our social media or join the Discord where, list pictures of food, arts and crafts, pets, weird tangents, all that happens there. It's great, ? I don't know. And
it is great.
It is.
And you should also follow us on Twitch so you can get notified when we go live and come and jump in chat for new episodes. If you're watching the VOD on YouTube, first of all, make sure to like whatever video you're on and subscribe so you can get that handy dandy little notification in your subscription feed when new videos get posted every Thursday. But if you would like, we do have weekly streams on Sundays at 7 p.m. Eastern if you want to join in on the actual fun. That's all I have for announcements. Let's go around and have everyone introduce themselves and who they're playing tonight. And the very pitiful question that I have today is, what is your character's guilty pleasure? Am I even trying with these questions anymore? I don't know.
Go.
Okay.
Jenna and I play Roxy, aka Calamity, and Roxy's guilty pleasure is collecting really hot girlfriends.
Is she really guilty about that, though?
No, not really. I don't think she's guilty about anything she does, though.
Yeah, that's fair.
Maybe once she starts getting access to Joe's car, like souping it up without his knowledge.
Yes, I support this.
I'm pretty sure there will be a murder.
Would you rather have Roxy touch Joe's car or Sylvie?
Neither,
Chooses
obviously.
to drive car off the cliff.
That's your question for today. Or
We
both at the same time.
That feels like a mess waiting to happen, and I'm not okay.
Yeah.
But in character for both of them.
It's true, though. Also, the steering wheel bites.
Yeah, I can drive now, guys.
There is no way Joe's car is making it to the end of this game. There is no way in hell.
No.
Especially if he keeps pissing Cynthia off.
That's
That's
not going to
also-
do anything to his car.
No,
they'll
Roxy will in
They don't know.
retaliation.
or Cynthia just drops a hint and Sylvie runs with it. So
We heard you made Cynthia mad.
Joe opens the
Here's
car
your car
door.
keys. Have fun.
Joe opens the car door and just a wave of glitter falls out.
Oh, no.
We spike his hair gel with glitter.
like Sylvie doesn't already do that.
Oh my god.
If she does, he has not noticed yet.
It gives it that little extra shine.
Jeez.
Okay, well, with that segue, I'm Tess. I play Sylvie, aka Valkyrie, and her guilty pleasure is touching things she shouldn't.
Yeah.
I love it.
Clicking things to claim them as your own.
Yeah. Which may or may not alter the physics around said thing.
Which is the same thing as collecting multiple hot girlfriends.
God.
Took me a second.
Elena's pretty basic compared to these.
To be fair, I think Roxy and Sylvia are the most chaotic of the bunch.
This is why we need an adult at all times.
Uh,
I'm Maria. I play Elena, and Elena's guilty pleasure is junk food. Why not?
yeah,
I love it. That's also my
Okay.
guilty pleasure.
Any
same.
particular kind of junk food or just general junk food?
General junk food, anything baked by Mama DeMarco or Bertram,
Mm.
but like a good Black Forest chocolate cake.
Ooh, yeah.
I've never had the pleasure of having one of those. I've always been told they're good.
Oh,
Because
if you
Natalie
ever come to
can't
Wisconsin,
know.
I'll bake one. Sorry.
You're fine.
I'm Brianna. I play Cynthia Evans, otherwise known as Echo. And Cynthia's guilty pleasure is she sometimes buys incredibly expensive high heel shoes. Because it's not practical. She doesn't want to really spend money on it, but also she does.
Yeah, but they look so great.
Does she wear them?
That's
So
true.
good.
Not usually. Just part of the guilt. She doesn't wear them very often, but
Just for display only.
well, when they're
owns-
like, she wears them at like society parties,
Okay.
stuff like that.
Sylvia
Sometimes
May.
wears them to Roxy's car shop just to
Yeah.
show off.
Sylvie may or may not have stolen a couple pairs and altered them and then returned them.
I'm very curious to know what she did. Like what?
There's probably knives in the heels now. It's fine.
Honestly, I think
would love
Cynthia
that.
would be in favor of it.
I know.
Yes.
She's not going to just steal Cynthia's clothing and alter it in the way she won't like it.
It's fair.
I'm here for this.
All right.
Literal
Well,
stilettos.
Killer stilettos.
essentially turns into like that one henchwoman from what is it, Kingsman with the knife feet?
Yes. Giselle.
Is that her name? I've never actually seen
Yes.
the movie. I just
Is
know
that the
that
one that
design.
Tori looked like?
Yeah, that was Tori's actress inspiration.
I love it.
It comes full circle.
We've connected the
completed
dots.
circle.
We've connected them.
Put it on the corkboard. All right. Well, I
All the
am
campaigns
Mr.
are coming together.
I am Mr. Crow, alternatively just Crow, and I will be playing Joe Hatathli, aka Watchdog. And I feel like Joe's guilty pleasure is, yeah, I feel like everyone could predict this, but it's just like taking a jar of peanut butter and polishing it off.
I thought he was gonna say using it as hair gel for some odd reason. I was like,
No, what?
"Okay, Joe, you're doing all right."
What?
Plus side, you get back on the team's good side and we'll hide peanut butter all over for you.
It'll keep him busy.
Comfort peanut butter.
Mhm.
Joe needs it.
Mhm.
If anyone needs it, Joe needs it.
We'll go solve his life problems. We'll leave him with like a peanut butter scavenger hunt.
A scavenger hunt, you can just sniff it out.
Yeah, but that'll give us at least enough time to get away to go solve his problems, right?
Well,
Oh boy.
with that, start of the session, I'll add a team to the pool.
This is a
And-
4?
Yep, 4. And you head into the recap. So, previously on Jukebox Justice, the team had some time to kill while they waited to reunite in Halcyon. Joe had a longer conversation with Thistle, which seemed to echo previous things he'd mentioned before. Elena and Sylvie returned to their homes to try and make sure things weren't too weird, and faked their way through some conversations and seemingly appeared normal. Roxy tracked down Henry on campus, but didn't approach her, just with the intent to keep Joe away from her should he try and go looking when he arrived in town. When the team did reunite, there was a bit of chaos as Toby, the stag's form in this world, frantically tried sniffing out Thistle. But a tenuous calm managed to settle over the car, and the group even had a rather civil conversation when they addressed their next steps. Despite Joe's displeasure over having his suspicions confirmed that Cynthia's friend was indeed a thief. But it did give them some new ideas as to how to approach their situation when they decided they should try to go looking for what Sarah and her attacker might have been fighting over. So, put on some more appropriate music, shall we? That's okay. No, that's good. So, I believe, if I remember correctly, Roxy and Elena were going to the museum, and then everyone else was going to the clinic, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's start with Roxy and Elena. You can get dropped off at the museum. And it's probably middle of the day. It's not super crowded. Still during the week, so a lot of adults and such are working. And since, well, actually, maybe you might see a group of students here on a field trip, but other than that, it's not super duper crowded.
Elena. I have two
Yeah.
questions. The first
Okay.
one is how you doing? With everything being weird and maybe your parent, like your mom, obviously, but your dad, maybe your dad? I don't know.
I'm thinking if it is Buzz. I'm okay.
Okay.
At least we're all together this time. I'm not stuck somewhere alone.
Yeah, I like how you always look on the bright side. It's very good. The second question is, do you think that you would be able to sense the space rock? Because you said that you were able to sense it before, so maybe like you could like try to sense it.
I will try to do that. Try to pick up on the same space feelings.
Okay. Go
Space
ahead and roll to
Space
unleash
feelings.
your powers.
It's feelings in space.
Space, nobody can feel you scream.
Space feelings.
Otherwise known as spielings.
Feelings in space.
Yes. With that said, everybody tune in for our charity fundraiser, Tartarus Gate, where we're gonna have space feelings. A lot of them might be horror and terror, but
Yes.
yes.
Terror and
Copious feelings.
fear and pain.
And gay love.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be gay.
So gay.
So much tragedy.
It'll be fine.
Ooh,
I will kill all of you.
7.
That's fine.
Oh wait, no, 8.
Yeah.
8. My freak went up last time.
Hey.
Oh no, my freak went down last time. 7.
No!
Well, that's just barely a success. Would you like to mark a condition, or I can tell you how the effect is unstable or temporary?
I will mark a condition.
Okay. Do you have anything currently marked? Maria? Oh, you're muted.
I have angry marked right now.
Okay. Let's do
Elena's
Okay, if
always
you-
angry.
choice. Hopeless or insecure?
I'll take insecure.
So you are able to channel your powers. You definitely feel that connection there, and you know that you're using them, but you do not sense the space rock that you'd connected with back when you were investigating your quote-unquote real museum.
I don't feel the same rock here.
Okay.
But I don't know.
All right.
And maybe maybe it's not here.
Are we we're supposed to be looking for it on the way over to the museum, and then we're supposed to check the place for the portal, right?
The portal would have been on top of the roof. I don't know if we can easily get up there
Oh yeah.
or without being seen. But we could do a walkthrough of the museum, see if there's same rock or another rock I can possibly mesh with.
Yeah, this is a good idea.
So you're gonna head into the museum?
Yep.
Okay.
Looking for space rocks.
You can head inside, buy some tickets, and there are plenty of museum maps that lay out the different exhibits and where you need to go. And there is a section on space, which has some like images and maps of everything. Of the moon landing already happened, didn't it? Or is that too early?
Moon landing had not happened yet. I don't
Not
believe.
happened.
Very early still. I don't know if-
1969 was the
I
moon
do
landing.
think
I don't
the
know if we've
first
done any manned
satellite-
missions yet.
I do think the first satellite has gone up by this point, but I don't.
The first human-made object to touch the moon was 1959.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're like
So we're still very,
very
early.
early in the space race.
Cool. So yeah, okay, so no, there were like images and concepts of the moon and the local solar system, as well as some bits of asteroid that have like broken apart in the atmosphere and were brought here for display.
All right, so we go and look at the space area to see if Elena feels specifically drawn to anything or if there's any space rocks.
Yeah.
There are bits of space rock and asteroids with labels and such of where they went down, but similarly tapping into that bit of connection that you were using earlier, nothing really resonates. This all, it has a similar feeling as to just what regular rock would be.
Okay.
Does anything look familiar?
Come back to the thing.
Probably some of the, like specifically in this space section,
Mm-hmm.
there's probably similar images and records of the solar system that you would have looked at in your world, but other than that, there's no other real similarities. The general layout and appearance of everything seems to be the same.
Does it look like there might be any like hiding spots where somebody might have stashed a rock or something?
Check the dumpsters.
Yeah, Roxy's just nonchalantly checking behind shit and like
What's under here?
What's under here?
we're gonna get kicked out of the fucking museum.
Most of the display cases and everything are solid, so if someone had like tried to stow something in a corner, it would not have been a very secure hiding place, so would likely have been found out by now.
She's
But there
not really
doesn't-
good at covert hiding things and
It's not a very dense area of the museum.
got it.
We don't know what Sarah took, did we? We just don't know. Did I read the plaque? I don't think I even read the plaque.
We saw that the meteorite was missing.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you saw it
So
was
we kind
missing
of
and that it was
intuited.
recovered from Kansas.
Is there a similar meteorite here?
You find one that has the same date, but this one was recovered from New Mexico.
I'll point that out to Roxy because she wasn't. I'm like, this was the same date as the one Cynthia's friend took, but it's found in different state. I don't know if Kansas means anything, but this one was found in New Mexico.
Yeah, it does mean something. It's from the Wizard of Oz, you know. Anyways. It means there's no place like home.
You
Which
think
is-
that as this visit, is he here? You think he would be able to help us?
Who?
The visit. You said there's a visit in Kansas.
A wizard.
Oh, you haven't seen that movie. I'm sorry. I'll have to show you the movie when we get back, all right? The wizard actually wasn't a wizard. He was a guy behind some curtains, so it wasn't actually that helpful. He was
She's
actually
gonna check
kind of
behind
an
a curtain
asshole.
really quick.
There's
Really
nothing
movie.
there.
The man
No.
behind the curtain isn't here, I don't think. Anyways. Well, it's possibly this one. We might just want to wait until see what information that Cynthia gets from her friend. And then also maybe like we should try to find the way to get up to the roof. Like not like right now, but like find where it might be.
I'm sure roof access is somewhere.
Well, probably at the top floor, and then there's probably like a doorway or like a stairway
Or
something.
scaffolding along the side.
Maybe.
Last time we just flew up there. It wasn't.
Yeah, I know. We really are putting our other skills to the test here, you know? Like, but you know, we should maybe just do like case the joint, you know, and see what stuff is around, observe if there's like security measures so that we can be prepared for that when we come back at night and break in to go on the roof to get the fuck out of this universe.
Security
Maybe.
measures. What security measures?
It's the 50s. There
The
are no fucking
1950s, they
security
employ
measures.
an elderly
There is a
man at night
lock.
to patrol the place.
An
There's
elderly
a lock
man
and a patrolman. That's
armed
it.
with a flashlight.
Yes.
And a gun. Like, this is the 50s. Gun safety was not as strict then, so
What
he had
gun safety?
Also,
is the
guns weren't
50s?
as readily available everybody in the 50s.
You can certainly look around, and you don't see in the main areas, you don't see any stairwells or anything that indicate roof access. If you go outside to look around, there are alleyways on either side of the museum. No fire escapes, though, so no quick way to get up, but if you got, creative with something or had the whole team here to help out, you might be able to get up there. Under the cover of night.
Mm-hmm. You think Cynthia can stay at Gailey building?
Probably. I was thinking we could steal a fire truck and use the really tall ladder, but
That's very flashy. We don't want to be seen.
oh.
Big red truck
Well,
in
we don't
front
have
of
to
museum.
put on the lights, we could
That's
turn
like a
the
big
lights
red
off.
truck. Someone's
we could
going to
disable
see
the
it.
lights and the
And be like,
siren.
why is there a giant truck in front of the museum?
This is clearly the easiest solution.
Yeah.
We went from 0 to 100, like,
The solution is crime. It always is crime.
apparently.
It's always crime.
It's the gayest of months. We have to get our crime quota in.
Okay. Sure. Sounds good.
Head back to the clinic, I think, because we're meeting there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
Planning on
keep an eye
retracing
out for-
your steps there.
Meteorites on our way there again.
Okay.
Or not meteorites this time, blood trail at all.
Okay.
Just to
Or
make sure
anything
she
that says Kansas on it.
make sure she actually walked this way, or if she was carried this way or dragged this way.
Okay, you can start to do that. Meanwhile, the other group is in the car, driving through Halcyon. I believe Cynthia was driving, so Sylvie could use
Yes,
the look for
Sylvie is
tethers.
actually behaving this time and not driving.
I'm assuming because of that, Sylvie would be in the passenger seat and Joe's in the back.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Joe's in
Okay.
the back, coming to the realization that, oh, the two people who are most distant and angry with me at the moment are the ones I got assigned to. Cool.
And we love that for you.
He didn't do that on purpose.
I'm guessing the mood in the car is pretty tense and quiet.
Cynthia's
very-
only focusing on this.
Sylvie is very focused on looking for a tether just because this is what she was told to do. And she kind of wants to go home. So
Fair.
Joe, desperate to, in some way, not be in this situation, is going to just try that sensory focus thing again and see if maybe he can make some progress there. Who knows?
Okay.
Elena said she was able to get some of her powers working again by doing something like that, so heck.
So are you trying to focus in on your powers, or because I think I remember last time you were trying to deprive yourself of your senses to see if you were in a hallucination and tap back into the real world. Are you
Yeah.
using the same methods but to tap into your powers this time?
Effectively, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll to unleash your powers.
Ain't gonna be good because my freak is bad. But we'll see.
do any of us have a good freak right now?
No.
That's a 2.
Mine is a 2.
Nope.
That's potential for me.
You just start getting more and more frustrated, and then finally just puff and open your eyes, and because I like causing problems, as you do so, you see out the window a street you recognize that from home would be where St. Alb's Church is located.
Oh,
Is it there?
is there a tether?
You can see a church-like building down the street as you pass by. There's something there, whether it's the same. Who knows?
Oh yeah, there's a definite slight start from Joe, and then he just kind of looks down at his knees.
Do you jostle the seat in front of you? If so, who is sitting
Probably
in
a
front
little
of
bit.
you?
That seat's not big, and you've got long legs.
Yeah.
Are you on the passenger side or are you on the driver's side?
I imagine he couldn't decide which one was a worse idea, so he's just in the middle.
Lovely. So you probably get both of us. It's fine.
There's a little disturbance there.
There's disgruntled Sylvie noises as she briefly loses focus.
Sorry.
Everything okay?
It's Reverend Johnson's church.
Would it be different though?
I don't know. There's no heroes here. Who knows how her life went?
Well, since they don't have a dedicated path necessarily, Cynthia will do a loop around the block.
Okay. Head back down that street, and as you approach, you can very clearly see a sign that says St. Alb's.
I feel like Joe tries to not look, but he looks.
front door. The front door is probably propped open, letting in some of the nice warm weather, so you can get just the faintest peek inside. Looks like there might be a little bit of candlelight where some of those are lit.
Anybody I recognize in there?
As you are driving past, you catch the briefest glimpse of brown curls.
Hey, Charlie, as we drive past,
Yeah.
does Joe's tether's direction shift in any way, shape, or form?
No.
I feel like Joe catches that. And he's just kind of got like a hand unknowingly just like on the door handle and just like stops himself. And he
Cynthia
just,
will slow the car down.
he just kind of quietly says, "Drive,
All right.
drive."
Okay. Pick up speed and keep going down the street before you reach the next intersection that you would need to turn onto to get back on the path towards Rebecca's clinic.
All right.
Charlie, besides the tethers that I'm aware of, are there any spots that are catching my eye as we're driving?
There aren't. It all seems pretty standard. Like, you don't see any other tethers, you don't see any fuzziness, blurriness on any of the buildings like when you'd first found Sarah.
Okay.
How's Tethers going?
Nothing out of the ordinary beyond our own and Sarah's.
Do all of them have a direction?
Yes. Not necessarily in the same direction for all of us, but they have one.
Which way is mine?
Charlie, if I remember right, you said his pointed back towards where I thought Arizona was.
Mhm.
Um,
West.
Sylvie will relay that it's pointed west. And then she'll cite where hers and the stags slash and thistles are generally pointed in the same direction from what you said, and she'll cite where hers is pointed, but she won't expose where Cynthia's is pointed either.
Which way is hers pointed?
Mine? I don't know if I necessarily got a direction from Charlie. I just know they all point, or hers points in the same, roughly the same direction as Toby's and Thistle's.
Yeah, I don't believe I ever told you where hers pointed. Hers is towards like northeast.
I'm working on something. Huh. And Elena's hasn't changed?
Elena's appears similar to what it was.
guess I just had the thought maybe it's pointing to a connection to something, but I feel like any connection she would have would either be here or back in Germany, right?
I think it was in a vaguely German direction.
I thought it was west.
Hers was more like west northwest,
Oh, it was west northwest.
I believe.
I'm sorry, I don't think I had notes on where everyone's tether was pointed. I'm sorry.
That's good.
I remember because directions are important for Joe.
My initial thought was that maybe they pointed in the direction where people got the powers, but I don't know.
And I got my powers here, so
It doesn't work then. Maybe some sort of emotional connection.
maybe. Joe just kind of like shuffles his feet awkwardly, not really sure what to say.
Okay. You can proceed. Oh no, I'm disappearing. You can proceed to the clinic. When you get there, Sylvie, you recognize the vague outline of where Sarah's tether would pass through the side of the building.
Mm-hmm. So it appears like she's in the same position.
There hasn't been any change that you can tell from the last time you were here.
From what I can see from the position of her tether, Sarah has not moved from her position last time.
Okay. Let's try the backtracking then. Go along the path that she took, and see what we can find.
Are we?
Assuming she came from the museum. We all ended up in places we weren't at the beginning of this. So, who knows?
I mean, assuming this guy, whoever they are, can open portals, I mean, is it that far of a stretch to think they could teleport as well as cross worlds?
How would they open portals knowing where we're from?
Good point. All right.
If you've got other ideas, I'm open to them, but this is the best we've got at the moment.
You're the expert on stuff like this.
I very much am not, but thanks, I think.
Do you have anything that smells like her? I mean, it's a long shot, but I could try to see if I can get some tracking going.
Sarah?
Yeah.
Tracking like where she's been?
Like, werewolf thing.
I don't have anything of hers.
I'm sorry, maybe Rox just confused me. Are we not taking her? I thought the whole reason I was here was in case we needed to take her.
I don't think we should try to take her until we know how to get out. She's on an IV drip in there. She's unconscious. I don't have the medical know-how without powers to take care of her.
Okay. Just trying to figure out what we're doing here.
I thought we were trying to backtrack and see what was going on between the museum and here. Because if she had the meteorite with her when she came through and she hid it somewhere, we should find it first.
Okay. It's a long shot, but I'll see what I can do here. Do you know where she came in here?
I don't.
Hmm.
But there's only 2 doors.
Okay.
Front door and this one.
And she's human, right?
As far as I know.
I'm just wondering if I'm sniffing for human or not.
It's the best guess.
Okay. And Joe will wander to the front of the clinic, and I'm gonna see what I can smell.
Secretary calls the police because some weirdo is just sniffing their front door.
This giant guy is just in front of our clinic sniffing the pavement. I don't know what's going on.
I love it.
Go ahead and unroll. Roll to unleash your powers.
Okay. Since I have just been rolling like crap, I want a quick vote here. Which out of these 4 dice do I use?
The ones that roll bad.
Use the purple one.
Purple one. Okay.
And the one furthest to the right.
My right or your right?
Pick one.
This guy?
Yes, that one.
Okay. See what happens. Look at that -2.
I love this for all of us.
Do I?
Okay.
Snake eyes. Wow, I can't talk today.
Not snake eyes. It's a 3. -2 is a 1. Good news is I just cleared my potential track.
Hey!
Yeah, you are not. Maybe you pick up. I think you think you have something. And you bend over to get closer and you realize it's just the smell of dog piss.
God.
Nope, that's not it.
And then I think because you're just being kind of weird about it, the front door to the clinic opens and this woman sticks her head out. Not Rebecca.
Oh no.
Cynthia would recognize this as like one of the medical secretaries. And she just is kind of like huddled behind the door. Like,
Oh.
can I help you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Have you seen a key? Like a house key? I was walking around here the other day and I feel like I dropped my key.
No, we haven't seen one. No one's turned one in.
Okay. Sorry, didn't mean to freak you out. Bye. Just walks away quickly.
She just watches you go and like, do you go back to the car?
I just round the corner just to get out of the line of sight, just like
Okay. I think I imagine the car is probably parked a little ways away.
Yeah, we were not like in view of the front.
You see her just watch and wait for Joe to turn the corner, and she waits a few more seconds before pulling back inside and closing the door.
just like get back to Cynthia and Sylvie and just be like, well, that was mortifying. And nose still doesn't work. So, I mean, which way is the museum from here, I guess?
That way.
I guess we just walk it and see what we can find.
Works for me. Sylvia,
Alright.
can you look and walk at the same
Yeah.
time? Awesome.
I promise I will not walk into the street. Only happened once.
You can always put your hand on my shoulder if you need to. When did
Sylvie
you walk into
doesn't-
the street?
I wasn't really paying attention. I thought I could fight a car. It's fine.
Fight a car.
I said fight a car.
What?
Might have been the first time I came to your realm. It's fine.
Fair.
Sylvie doesn't need to put a hand on Cynthia's shoulder. Does she? Yes, she definitely does.
I love it.
Let's embrace the useless gay. It's fine.
I mean, if you want to make it more useless, guys, you can always hold hands.
There is also that.
As a quick side note, I picked up another move from my playbook. I picked up I'll Save You.
Okay.
Title seems very fitting for Joe.
Yes.
And his complexes.
The multitude.
Also true.
Ooh, I just had to look that up real quick. That's
I'm
very
also-
fitting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but you can start heading back, and Roxy and Elena can start heading in your direction. I mean, I'd say probably even on foot, you have to pass that street again, where the church is located. But is there
Oh,
any
awesome.
As we're
scenes
walking,
anyone wants? Yeah.
is there any sign of like beyond looking for tethers, like especially looking in like cracks and stuff? Because I know it's been a couple days and stuff gets washed across the street, but are there like any like suspicious brownish red stains that linger in cracks or anything that could show us that we were potentially following the right trail for Sarah?
I'll say as you reach the corner of the block where the clinic is located, you do spot a very minute discoloration on the the block corner, but it's hard to tell which direction it might be coming from.
Well, Sylvie will tug on Cynthia's shoulder and also bring it to Joe's attention that there is a strange stain here that looks like it could have potentially been caused by blood of some sort and could potentially be a clue to the path Sarah took.
It's not super big, like not a puddle or anything.
It's not like
akin to like a couple of drops.
Yeah, so it's more of a blood trail than like she stopped here for a period.
Mm-hmm.
Can I discern what, like, this is very forensic-y of me, but Sylvie also did track for part of her lifespan. Because normally when you move, you can tell like the direction of movement from how the drops are fall. Is it more, can I determine anything from how these drops fell, or are they too weathered, / did she stop and it was more of just the drops fell and pooled in circular patterns indicating no momentum of movement?
I'll say it takes a minute to figure it out because it has been several days, actually almost a week at this point.
I was about to say, I know it's been a while.
It's been a long time. So I think you're probably standing there analyzing this from different directions for a few minutes, just trying to be like, imagine the scenario if she was coming from any of the possible 3 directions. And it does take a little bit, but you're fairly confident that she was coming from like across the street rather than coming Okay. So imagine a four-way intersection.
Yeah.
She was coming like she was going straight across instead of coming and turning down the street. And you would know based on your understanding of the city that if she was coming from the museum, she would have had to make that turn. She wouldn't have been coming from across the street.
So okay. I will also vocalize that. That it would appear from this pattern, assuming, of course, it is Sarah's blood that I am currently analyzing. She did not come from the museum.
That makes more sense based on what we know where people were distributed.
Okay.
Question.
Mhm.
For the direction the blood that might be Sarah's comes from, does that come from the direction of where she lived as when she was a child?
No.
Okay. The only other option I can think of is not in that direction. So I don't know.
I mean,
Well, there is the possibility that in her situation, her method of traveling through the portal was different than ours. We ripped a hole in it in between realities. Sarah
She
was
presumably dragged through.
Yes. So there is the potential that whoever did this intentionally placed her here, and we can't derive conclusions based off of how we ended up.
That seems likely. Doesn't help
Well-
us figure out where she hid it, though.
Oh, wait, Elena and Roxy aren't there yet. Never mind.
Nope.
So about those tethers, like, is it just the person, or does this blood have a tether too? How's that work?
I look at the blood and see if there's any kind of tether to this.
There's not.
The blood itself does not. I would theorize that it is not necessarily the biological components individually that are tethered, but something else.
Okay. How clear a
Perhaps.
direction are these giving? Could we try to follow it backwards?
With a shot.
Let's give it a shot then.
All right. Gonna try to
So-
follow this blood trail backwards.
Are we going to wait for our other two, or are we gonna go off with them not knowing where we are?
I'm gonna say if the blood trail goes farther than the end of the alley, then
Yeah.
we wait for them, and if it doesn't, then we have to replan anyways.
It's continuing down a street. It's not into an alley.
Okay.
Mhm.
You're basically at a four-way intersection.
Okay.
So you would be following the
There's
presumed direction. You would keep going down the sidewalk.
Let's wait for them then.
Mhm.
If it's still there, I doubt the next few minutes are going to change that.
You can hang out on the street corner and wait for them to approach. During your journey, are Elena and Roxy doing anything in particular?
Elena's keeping an eye out for anything vaguely space or rock adjacent. And she was gonna start looking for blood splatter and then realize she's no idea what she's gonna do with that information. Like it could be an ice cream stain. She's like,
Raspberry?
back to the rocks. Rocks.
I
Stick it
feel
to
like
something.
the space rock is definitely in the raspberry ice cream. Roxy's gonna go and
No, just give you a
grab
scoop of Rocky
some ice
Road.
cream for everybody, including Joe. Begrudgingly,
Peanut butter
she
ice
thinks
cream.
about not getting him peanut butter, but then she thinks that would be too mean, so she gets him some peanut butter ice cream.
Do you get it? Do you get it in cups or cones?
Cups, because I don't want it dripping all over the place.
Carrying 10 cones.
I
in
will
her
be a
hand.
sticky mess by the time we get over there.
Smart. Okay, you can.
Apparently, pineapple was the most popular flavor in the 50s.
Roxy will get pineapple. She doesn't
Okay.
care.
You can load up.
Sylvie
on-
would definitely eat pineapple and whatever other off the wall flavors you find all
Yeah, she
combined
would get the
together into soup.
weirdest thing that she could find for Sylvie, like the most off the wall ice cream flavor.
Is that why so many like 40s and 50s recipes have pineapples in them? Because it was just like the thing.
Maybe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Huh.
yeah,
Prevent
you
scurvy
can
with
get
the citrus.
ice cream for everybody and continue down the street. And I'll say eventually you catch sight of where the Tens trio is hanging out on the corner.
Elena's holding Roxy's and like feeding it to her as she's carrying everybody else's ice cream.
That's adorable. Yes. Roxy's just like, I love you.
This was a good idea.
Sylvie
Yeah.
is totally
Okay,
in
but I-
like hunt mode right now. And like, even though both of the two that she's with probably know how to track blood spatter, she is giving them pointers on where to look and
I
like
think even
where it would be preserved and stuff.
even Toby is probably picking up on this energy. So very much like hunter dog mentality and is
Ooh.
like sniffing along and very obedient and waiting
I
for
mean,
orders from you.
Oh yeah.
Joe might not have his sense of smell right now,
But
but
we do.
we have a sentient.
Bike dog.
We have
Like dog.
a stag that is a bike that is a dog.
How many layers can we put on this thing?
Yes.
I don't know. How many portals are you gonna shoulder check into reality and end up in weird
As
places?
many as we have to.
Yes. The answer is yes.
It is always yes. She'll while Sylvie's like really like concentrating, she'll bring Cynthia whatever Cynthia's favorite flavor of ice cream is. She got that for Cynthia.
Probably
I
like gives
pistachio.
her she got.
I would like to know what-
pistachio ice cream.
Ice cream flavors you got for everyone.
Pineapple for Roxy, whatever the most off the wall flavor is for Sylvie, preferably in blue.
What flavor is it?
I was gonna
blue?
say cherry coconut. I'm scrolling through a list right now,
Oh,
but I'll look
perfect.
for blue.
And Watchdog got peanut butter, like whatever peanut buttery type of ice cream there is.
Probably like peanut butter and chocolate chunks are a deal.
Yeah, something like that.
I feel like just straight peanut butter ice cream is kind of a rarity.
Lena will point out he can't have chocolate and
Yeah,
try
can
and
he have
deter
chocolate?
Roxy from eating it. Or from Roxy from ordering it. She orders mint with chocolate.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, you're right. I forgot about Watchdog can't have chocolate. It makes him sick. All right. Well, what flavor should we get him? She's
There's
gonna
one-
let Elena choose the flavor.
I found one
To
that's
him,
called
just face,
Western
Zoe.
Almond that is
Oh my
themed
God.
like Wild
Mhm.
West, and I think it needs to happen.
Those-
Yeah.
yeah, Western, because it's got like the fancy W with the rope. It's
Yep.
like, yeah.
Yep.
And
He's
we'll
from
just
the
ask
West.
Star.
Oh my
Western.
god.
You can get a couple scoops of Western almond for Joe.
I'm not seeing a peach one, but I saw a black raspberry one that was purple.
That one.
That
Or
one would be
peach.
perfect
There you
for
go.
Sylvie, I
I don't
think.
know. Oh, black sweet cherry, but it's kind of like pinkish.
Mhm.
Perfect.
You all have ice cream now.
Yeah. Roxy just starts
Ice
handing
cream
out the ice
required.
creams. There was an ice cream stand on the way, and we thought that maybe everybody would need a pick me up.
Thank you, Max.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Thanks.
Sorry, you couldn't have the peanut butter one, Joe, because it had chocolate in it. So I had to get you almond, Weston, whatever. It looks your style, you know.
Because you are from the West.
Hang on, I can eat chocolate.
What? Dogs can't
Dogs
have
cannot
chocolate.
have chocolate.
They'll get sick.
Arizona is in the West. You like West almond.
I mean, it is good. Really good.
Proceeds to gaslight.
But
Just like boss
But
gatekeeper.
I'm not a dog. Then he like turns to Toby. No offense.
Don't you have like lycanthropy has like canine stuff, so we just wanted to make sure we weren't going to make you sick. You know, who knows what it would be like, that alternate reality diarrhea.
Sylvia's definitely absent-mindedly eating ice cream while like continuing to look for blood.
While Joe
Yes.
was engrossed in that conversation and not paying attention to his ice cream, Toby's tongue just came up and went bloop.
This is amazing. Yes.
mean- I'm not actually a dog, and also alternate reality where my powers are not a super big thing. So I don't even know if
You're not supposed to have chocolate. Canines can't have chocolate.
okay. Whatever.
Every time she sees Joe with anything chocolate in his hands from now on, she's gonna smack it out like it's gonna kill him.
Oh my God.
Yes. I'm here for this.
Because she fervently believes that he cannot have chocolate.
No.
I just looked up this ice cream so that I know what the heck this poor boy's eating, and this actually does look very good.
Oh.
There's one flavor that is labeled the gayest flavor of the season.
I saw that one. It's like one of the cherry ones. Like
It's
decadent
cherry-
cherry lady.
No, it's cherry
that
and
does sound pretty
pineapple.
gay.
Cherry
All right.
pineapple.
That's a
right.
combination.
Okay.
It's very fruity.
Ice cream has been acquired. The group is reunited.
Blood's better.
Did you actually
Yeah.
tell them you found a blood splatter? Or did you just start passing out ice cream and then it was like, oh, ice cream?
Yeah, I
And
don't
talking
think that's been
about-
mentioned yet.
Yeah,
I don't
just
think
talking
we
about
told the
ins and outs of
other two
chocolate.
beyond the.
That's what I
Yeah.
meant.
Yeah.
Roxy and
Elena will
Elena
catch
don't know
up
about the
about
blood.
the museum, how they didn't find anything. The rock that was there that Sarah was getting isn't even from the same state anymore, and she's not sure if that's important or not, and she is curious about the Wizard of Oz now.
We'll come back to that last one. The rock not being from the same place, I guess, would make sense. It's probably not related to powers in this case, since they don't exist here.
Well, hang on. Joe just like, you can see the gears just slowly starting to turn in his head. I don't know how the heck it'd have to do with my folks, but what if all the changes here are because there aren't powers?
Are you just saying we have to get the powers back and then it will go back to normal? Because I don't feel like that's right. Because Sylvie didn't have like
No.
parents in the real world, and like I don't think that that's how that works.
Sylvie doesn't have parents.
I'm saying that
Selling point.
I just assume you like, you know what spontaneous combustion is? I assume that you do the opposite of that into existence. That's how Fae get born.
Sylvie says you're not wrong and continues looking.
But
See, I
here's-
just get Fae stuff.
here's the thing, and Joe sort of like motions to Elena. She's here.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
Yeah.
She would have a reason to be here regardless of whether or not she had powers.
Right.
Oh, so yeah, it's this alternate dimension. Maybe I would have come here eventually then at this age, at some point between just trying to do math in her head. Because I'm trying to do math in my head.
It's fine.
Some point between
People
then
aren't
and
expected to
now.
be good at math.
I have to move here.
So what you're saying, Joe, is that if you had never got your powers, you never would have moved here? Tell me about how you got your powers. I'm very interested.
That's the thing. My powers had nothing to do with me moving here. I moved here years before I got my powers. But the reason I bring it up is because maybe that's the reason this guy wants the rock. Maybe that rock in particular has something to do with powers. And that's why it doesn't exist or line up here.
I wouldn't say that it doesn't exist here. There might be a rock that's similar.
Well, if it did exist here, why would anyone want the one from our Halcyon?
Well, so here's the thing, right? We're operating on the theory that we're in an alternate universe, but that's not necessarily true. We don't know that that's the truth. We could be in a dream. We were put here by a parasite that is feeding off our brains. So none of this is real. And we're really all like hooked up to like a machine or something.
But then why have Sarah be injured in the dream?
So that she couldn't fight to get out?
But if this is a dream, that wouldn't have any basis on whether or not she could get out.
Well, maybe Sarah's shields could work against mind powers.
Shields?
It could also be your mental state reflects your physical state.
That's true. And your body knows when you're hurt. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think we should rule out either option.
That's all I'm saying. We can't just
No.
operate as if one or the other is true. We have to operate as if both and none are true.
What does your friend have for power? Well, what did she have for powers? I guess she doesn't have some now, but
She creates shield constructs made out of light.
so no way to make her own way here.
What?
No way to come here by herself, unless,
Not that I know of.
well,
It's a
I guess
very.
we didn't know Roxy could do that either.
I didn't know it could do it either.
That's fair.
I just really wanted to help Cynthia find her friend. Because I don't want Cynthia to be sad.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
She was real hurt on the other side. So I don't think she would have been in a place where she could have just bridged by herself. And if there was a guy. I don't know. But I do think that if this is a world in which powers never existed, the trajectory of human civilization would be wildly different. There's no reason it would be this similar to the way it works in the real world if that's the case, and we are really here, and powers were just not. Unless the universe is engaging in some sort of fuckery. Which is always possible, of course.
Yeah. Guess we don't really know. I don't know, I'm just trying to think of reasons why everyone would want this stupid rock. And like I said, my powers had nothing to do with me leaving Arizona, so probably doesn't work.
Well, the rock came from space. Elena's powers, or at least a similar set, also came from space.
You
I
said you
don't-
found similar power set to mine when you were looking why it disappeared.
Mhm.
Do you remember who it was?
No, but they were rechecking my notes to make sure I'm not giving you wrong information. It was an extraterrestrial being. They could be connected. They could not be connected.
Let's try tracking down where she, I guess, landed here. Maybe that'll
That
shed some light on
seems-
things.
The most reasonable.
Sylvie? Is Staggy able to track this?
Toby.
Are we just calling him
So-
Toby?
Right now we're just calling him Toby.
Okay.
Why wouldn't we be calling him Toby? That's his name. It says it on the Scala.
Thought he didn't have a name?
Sylvie points at the blood, and points down the street and as she's going as well, and says track to Toby.
Roof. Toby will take a big sniff of the blood splatter on the sidewalk and then doesn't take off down the street but moves with purpose
Yeah.
and crosses the street and starts weaving through people who might be on the sidewalk, following some trail.
Mhm.
And as all of you follow, eventually crosses the street in different directions a few times, but ends up on the edge of a park in the city. Starts crossing the area of the park towards where there's not a super thick forest, but like some groupings of trees where it like definitely offers some cover. And as Toby darts in between the trees at a not really a clearing, but just a very small space where there isn't thick bushes or anything,
Mhm.
he gives a big sniff and then turns and barks and will sit down and just wait next to it. And as you approach, you can see that some of the like small branches in the area and smaller flowers or weeds are broken and crushed, like there was some activity here.
Passage and
All right. I want to investigate the area, search around, see what I can find.
Looking for anything in specific, like anything specific, or just seeing if there's any things left behind that Sarah might have put here?
Specifically, the meteorite. Less specifically, anything else of note.
Okay. You can look around the surrounding area, dig through some bushes and in crevices between tree roots and little divots under tree roots, search for any recently turned soil where it could have been buried, and don't find anything that is hidden, nothing really of note. In looking around, though, I will say you can pretty easily spot that on the area where most of the damage is, soaked into lots of the weeds and leaves, is a significant amount of blood.
From the way that things are broken, does it look like there is a struggle or a fight?
No. It looks like... Well... It looks like someone impacted the ground in the area here, like from a fall, but you're unable to determine if that was just a loss of balance or because of a physical altercation.
Okay.
But that's really the only sign of intense activity, which I think is the best way to put it.
And is there only one point where it looks like there was this clearing was exited? Or
Yeah.
are there multiple exit points?
I mean, there are multiple ways to get out of it, but since this is a more covered and less trafficked area, you can tell there is one direction a little bit of the blood trail went in.
Okay, so it's not
So-
like there's another like set of tracks or indication that there was another person in here with her.
Correct.
Okay.
You're really only finding this one sign of movement.
Okay.
Well, it's one mystery solved.
Mm.
Theoretically, if we just break her out, Roxy might be able to punch a hole in reality again, but if you don't have your powers,
Well, I was thinking about that, and I think I need to do a better job focusing on what Elena was teaching me with like the meditation thing. So I'm gonna try to focus on that a lot, but then maybe I can punch holes in reality.
if not, then the meteorite might be the key to getting out of here.
Yeah.
We don't
Well,
see it.
I think you got to talk to Sarah if she can become conscious at all, because I think if the meteorite got stashed, then she would know where it is, or she's our best bet at finding it. You know, Elena tried to sense it on the way to the museum, but I don't think that's the way that she came in. So maybe we should
Yeah.
try that again over here.
What
I
are
can
the
try it again.
chances we can convince them that Toby's a therapy dog and we can help rehabilitate Sarah with
Toby
it?
can just take her out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Toby
Well, I
just
was thinking
walks in
we could
and like
break in at
signs
night
the
again, or
the
like
log,
no,
and they're just like, yeah, go ahead.
Sign a
take
log.
Sarah
No,
for a
no, no,
walk.
no.
we'll just
Prime.
right? Nobody's at the
Right.
clinic except for Sarah, and then we'll just
Well,
get it and go.
there's somebody else there today that's not my sister.
It's true.
That's weird. You don't know.
And my
who's
sister
normally
did
there. That's weird.
lie about Sarah being there, which could be patient confidentiality, of course, but also could be not that. So we need to tread carefully.
Is it possible, would your sister have kept records of the incident and the condition she came in, / someone who brought her in, if your sister's covering?
It's possible. Could always break in at night. Even Bex has to sleep eventually.
Mm-hmm. Especially if she don't have no powers.
Yeah.
Then she's just relying on coffee.
And the fact that the clinic is actually named for her husband in this one.
That's something that's interesting. Your sister's not married in the other world, is she?
Yeah.
Oh, she is?
Yeah.
Is she married to the same person?
Presumably, she's married to Thomas Anderson.
Oh, yeah. No, her clinic was called Dr. Anderson's office or whatever.
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
weird. Why?
I don't know.
If we're pulling Sarah out before she's stable, we're going to need an exit plan.
What if your sister's husband? Maybe we should try to meet him. It feels like suspicious.
Does
Like
he
I don't
have-
know. I just feel
How-
suspicious
well-
about your sister's husband in this world.
He has
That's
a,
fair.
Does he have a counterpart in our world?
Yes. Thomas Anderson.
But your
Well,
sister
yeah,
didn't take
but-
his last name, did she?
Does he have
She
powers
did,
or
but the
something?
clinic's not named after him.
Right.
He doesn't, as far as I know. My
But
dad
if-
never would have okayed it if he did.
Well, he could be very good at hiding it, and what if he's actually secretly evil? She'll even do the little finger pyramid thing.
Not sure it'd be secret. He works for my mom's company, so
So it's not
Well,
secretly evil, but is
That's
actually
not
evil.
even really trying to not be evil, you know?
But what if he is and he
Evil by
No, I'm saying he's not
association.
secretly evil. He just is. But like in, as far as I know, just
but
normal
actually
ways.
evil with powers and for
basically a
whatever
minion.
reason
But maybe he wants his own
came
powers,
here
and that's why he needs the space rock.
and now he's masquerading as alternate dimension brother-in-law, and now he's like, wife, don't tell your sister about these things.
Why
Yeah.
would he name the clinic Anderson Clinic, though? That would just be a giveaway.
Well, because he obviously
Because
has a
it's
god
already called
complex
Amazon.
of some sort, or like
Anderson.
ego
It's already
issues?
called Anderson here.
I think he has ego issues. I know that this is kind of a stretch because I've never met the guy, but it seems like he's got a big ego.
This timeline runs the same as ours, but there's no powers. So if at some point we're all where we're supposed to be, if we just never had powers, or they never existed in the other world. So
Presumably.
the normal course of events was for them to get married and have a clinic.
Well, I mean,
Why'd they name it that?
I don't know very much about my sister's relationship with her husband in our world, and I specifically try not to. She doesn't seem to like to talk about it.
Okay.
Sylvie's just mentally adding people to the list that
That's
may or may
weird.
not.
The flower
She's like, I'm
delivery
gonna eat
list.
that one.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Elena's gonna try
Most
and
of Cynthia's family.
Yeah.
she's gonna try and feel for that rock again.
Space
Um,
feelings.
Yeah,
Space
you
feelings.
holding on to the sensation that you had before, you definitely know it's working. You're connecting to
Feelings.
that power, but you do not sense a space rock in the vicinity.
Okay, so there's no rock here. Could it, if she had it with her, it would be in the clinic with her effects?
That's true.
I don't
What if
think we ever thought to look there.
you could try sensing for it near the clinic?
Just be careful, they're kind of already suspicious of people loitering by it.
Yeah, that's true.
Avoid the fraud.
Did it have like an alley or something?
Yeah, we went in through the alley.
Okay, she'll just go to the alley. Is that suspicious?
Well, are you all just gonna make your way back to the clinic?
Yeah.
Are you
It's
done
also
in
where
the
the car
clearing?
is.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
Unless
can-
anything else
So
catches our eye.
before Elena goes into the alley, Sylvie will tell Toby to go with Elena and then act like a misbehaving dog if anyone catches her, so she has a reason to be in the alley.
We followed the dog.
Yeah.
The dog got away, so we
Oh
gotta
my
chase
God,
it in
so
the alley.
ridiculous.
Cynthia is
Yes.
waiting around a corner, so not visible from either of the doors of the clinic.
Okay.
Yeah, no, Sylvie isn't going near the clinic because she was one of the last people to break into said clinic, so but she is giving Toby the instructions to be with Elena.
I'll go with Elena.
All right. Roxy, Elena, and Toby can proceed down the sidewalk to the alley next to this clinic while Sylvie, Joe, and Cynthia wait around the corner.
Once again, I've left Joe with the two people who are super thrilled with him.
But he
Not
has
on
ice
purpose
cream.
at all.
Now Sylvie gets to enjoy her ice cream because we tracked down the blood trail. So
Reward.
yes. It doesn't taste blue, unfortunately. But
I
You
did the
tried.
best I could.
Okay. Elena's gonna like prop up against the wall of the clinic so she could have a hand on it and pretend she's fixing her shoe.
Okay.
Like maybe her heel is loose or something. I don't know.
Right.
Shoe problems.
Toby is sniffing around the alleyway, positioning himself close to the dumpster in case a distraction is necessary. And as you are pretending to adjust your shoe and try and feel for space rocks, you don't sense anything spacey or rocky.
Besides the building.
Well, that's made of brick, so that's clayey.
You right. Okay.
Domesticated rock.
It's a domesticated rock.
It's locally grown. All right, well, I think we have to break into the clinic at night. Just saying. B&E.
Seems
gonna
like
have
the
to-
only real option at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, we can do it again.
Maybe Sylvie, you could focus on your healing powers in case, like, maybe we could try to use them to get Sarah to a place where she's at least able to be moved and conscious, you know? And then I can focus real hard on my reality breaking powers.
We'll try.
Yeah. Somehow I
Maybe-
just feel like this is Thomas's fault. I don't know why, but
It's possible, I suppose.
I just get a feeling that Thomas is behind this.
I feel like we haven't cut out any suspects. So
The suspect list just keeps getting longer.
People that Roxy's suspicious of. There's a fair amount of people on the list.
it's just Cynthia's family.
Is everybody related to Cynthia at this point?
Next thing you know, Joe's gonna be added to the list.
If he doesn't keep it, if he keeps on this bullshit, yeah.
He's not related to Cynthia.
That we know.
Oh God. Surprise.
Ew.
Rip.
You have an unknown relative that just lives out in Arizona. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, okay, so are your next steps gonna be breaking into the clinic?
I
Right?
think we gotta go
Not in the
practice
daylight.
our
Oh.
powers. And then also,
meditation.
yeah, and then we'll come back at night.
Yeah.
I will steal Tony's
also-
car at night so that we can go break and enter.
Okay. Are you going back to the DeMarcos to do this meditation?
Yes.
Yeah, I also
Yeah.
want to double check to make sure that, just in case Sarah found a way to call.
Mama DeMarco's been home all day, and she says, "No, we haven't gotten any calls.
Thank you.
You've been out quite a while. Do you all of you want a snack?
I bought everyone ice cream, Ma.
Do you want a drink?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
You want a second
yes.
snack?
Do you want a second snack?
Would
Would you
what
like
about
some nuts to go with those
Lemonsies?
drinks?
Italians are just hobbits in this world. It's fine.
God.
She'll make some drinks, alcoholic, non-alcoholic, whatever you want, and we'll pass them out. If you all would like to meditate together, you can go out into the backyard, or if you would like to be separated, do it individually. You can find different areas around the house.
Yo, doing it alone has not yielded any results, so might as well try it with everybody else.
Elena's going to insist that they all sit with like hands kind of touching in a circle,
Yeah.
just
Yes.
trying to come up with ridiculous ways, and maybe the ridiculousness of it all
Ooh,
will.
we should all try headstands next. Can you do one of those, Joe?
Headstand?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the rest of us can do it, but
It's a disproportionate amount of headstand abilities.
I think I could. I don't think I've ever tried.
all right.
I feel
But
like
let's
the
try
stag is
Elena's way
just
first, and then we can try it
laying-
on a head. That way all the blood goes to
Oh,
your head.
Yeah, while you're all sitting in a circle doing this, the stag
The
is
stag.
just like in the center of the circle
Yeah.
on his back, just like wiggling.
Yes.
back and forth.
I love it.
Uh-huh.
Definitely doing a lot of like precious grass wiggles because she rolls
I was gonna say
around in
this
the
is a
grass
very
all the time.
precious
what
moment. That's all
Hattie
she wants to
does.
do is
Yes.
Yep. Just rubbing her head on the grass, all that fun stuff.
Yep.
But
Best quality for wiggles.
the Wiggles, not the band / cartoon. I would like everyone to roll to unleash your powers.
Got some new
All
dice.
right.
Hopefully, we'll actually succeed.
And the
Maybe.
gay dice, so hopefully they
Oh
might.
boy.
Do I want to switch dice?
Oh my gosh.
I got a 12.
Shit!
What?
Yeah, get him. All right. I got a 10.
Oh wait,
I
no,
was
I got a
muted.
10. I forgot because I'm hopeless right now.
I got 11.
Oh, I'm not.
I got
I'm not
a
hopeless. Okay,
5,
but I just have a
but-
-1 normally.
I also just cleared my potential track.
I
Congrats.
am.
Ta-da!
Am I hopeless? No, you said I'm insecure, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Or didn't you? Okay.
Yes.
I wrote the wrong one down.
Cynthia
Good
got a
thing.
5. What did Joe get?
I
0.
rolled a 4 minus 2, so that's a 2.
Okay. Cynthia and Joe are struggling. Actually, I feel like this is like thematically appropriate. Cynthia and Joe are really struggling to meditate because they both have a lot of emotional shit going on right now.
You guys have to hold hands. That's the
I was gonna
problem.
say, Elena, put
Oh,
them
I
next to
hate
each
it.
Not
other. as
holding
well.
hands,
Oh my
and the
God.
rest of us are
You're
holding
not holding hands.
and-
You're touching palms. It's very important. You only
Yeah.
touch palms.
But it's a very like you're just hyper aware of touching palms, so it's
Yeah.
just
like
He's
Roxy keeps
can't
trying to
stop
hold
working
Elena's
on
hand, and
it.
she's like, "No, touch palms."
And I
It's
feel like
"Don't hit it."
Sylvie's on Joe's other side, so he's super distracted by
Yeah.
that as well.
yeah. But
Roxy
at the
picks seating arrangements.
but
Yes.
especially with like
I did.
Elena and Sylvie being able to have already accessed little bits of your powers, I think this process really helps the floodgates to basically open, and you're just like, there's still that dampening effect where you feel like they are restricted on some level, but you are much more aware of their existence. You can feel that bit of familiar connection where you know they're there. It just takes a lot more work to access them, and like to the point where things that would come naturally, you're back to that state of like learning how to use your powers again, where you just have to dig deep and find them and channel them in the right way. Similar aspect with Roxy, but it probably just throughout the process takes a little more time because you haven't been able to really successfully use your powers to much of an extent yet. You did get
Roxy tries to actually, I imagine, stand on her, like do a headstand, and that's when she gets it.
Okay.
I feel like when Sylvie
She just starts doing push-ups from the headstand position. I think I got it, guys.
when Sylvie connects with hers, like the entire circle gets surrounded in bioluminescent flowers.
Yes.
Like
It just starts from one point, and this ring of flowers just comes up and slowly encircles the group.
it's fine. Fairy rings are fine, guys.
It's fine. It's safe.
It's a portal.
Elena just
we need a portal.
totally
Use a portal.
Gently floats herself and gently floats Toby, so he's grass wiggling in the air.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love this.
And Roxy's moved to like one hand push-ups from the handstand position.
But yeah, you can probably do these little feats for a bit, but you can certainly feel yourselves tiring and are like, okay, gotta dial it back and take a little bit of a break. But it's
We should go eat some steak
There
and lift some weights.
is a much stronger connection now.
That's good.
How are
Well-
Joe and Cynthia feeling?
Yeah,
Annoyed.
This figures.
Just kind of looks down at her hands.
And question,
Mhm.
because I have my powers now. a little bit. Can I focus on those two and try and give them a little jolt to connect with theirs?
You can certainly try.
Historically,
even-
it's not gone well.
Roll to unleash your powers, because this isn't even something you've done in the
Not
regular
really.
world.
No,
so this-
it's fine. Kind of wish I'd gotten that other one. Or that. Nope, that's a 5. Unfortunately.
I think there's this briefest moment where Joe and Cynthia, like, there's a little bit of a spark, but it just doesn't take hold. So there's this briefest flash of that familiarity and connection before it fades, and that kind of gets shut off again.
Sylvie hisses with annoyance.
Thanks for trying. I hate this fucking reality.
Yeah, let's break it. I feel like I'm ready, but like I need a nap first. You know? Like a nap and then maybe some coffee. And then a snack for sure. Ma, I think we're ready for snacks. Just saying.
I'm on it.
Thanks, Ma. Love you.
Love you too, Rox.
This means we might be able to at least do some secret things a little bit easier
Yeah.
That's true.
and possibly get home. There is your friend Distal. They
Yeah.
Thistle, you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, you could do sneaky things too. Why didn't we send you to the museum to get the keys? So we could just like unlock the door and then we don't have to like break in.
I can just float to the top now, maybe. Probably not, but
That's what we should do this
we don't know
afterwards.
what is on the roof.
After we
That's-
eat everything, then we should go back to the museum and have Thistle steal the keys from one of the
I
people.
was about to say, I feel like floating puts a lot of strain on your powers. And
Yeah, we want to
you
save
don't
the
want to
powers till the end.
lose control when you're
In midair.
midair.
Yeah, also, like, I might need your help to try to launch me when I break reality because I'm not at full strength here, you know? So maybe we should save up our powers for that. And then Sylvie's got to save her powers for healing Sarah. And Cynthia is pretty great without powers. Like, she can kung fu anybody we need to knock out. You know what I'm saying?
We could check the roof with, I don't know why we didn't think of this earlier, but with Distal could check the roof for a portal so we don't have to make one, hopefully.
Yeah, we could just send Thistle to go check for a portal. Why didn't we think of all this? Why didn't Thistle join me and Elena? All right. It's hard when you're invisible all the time, Thistle. And you don't like speak up a lot, so like you only really talk to Joe. And I'm not really sure why, but that's okay. You're allowed to make your own choices.
Oh gosh.
Well, the invisibility is a little bit more of a necessity thing.
Right, but what about like not talking to us as much, you know? Did Joe talk you out? It's fair.
Depends on where you are at the moment, because if you're in public, other people would be able to hear me too.
It's fine. People can think I'm crazy. It's fine.
I mean, that's an option, but they would also have a chance of hearing me speak, so they would be hearing a voice come from nowhere.
That's fair. The voices aren't in my head then. Yeah. Okay.
Ventriloquism.
Yeah.
I like having conversations with myself.
Assuming we are actually somewhere, where's our stuff? Cynthia,
That's a good question.
would you be able to track our communicators?
If I had one of them, maybe.
And could you make one?
Maybe.
I
The
mean, there
tech
wasn't,
level here is lower, but it's possible.
but you didn't like make them with magic or anything. Like you built them, right? Or
Well,
Hecate built them.
There's some tech in there that's a little more advanced than what they have here, but I did
Like
build them, yeah.
rudimentary version though, with what you have access to here.
It's possible, yeah. She just starts thinking and kind of goes into like a mumbling sort of rifling through her mind palace and throwing things around sort of internal mode.
The Mind Palace, yes.
I think Sylvie's gonna go grab food and sleep because she is exhausted after that last little push. I feel like she probably put a lot into it, and to have it fail, she's kind of mad, but also it knows that she needs to be at full strength.
Mama DeMarco will happily give you snacks, and you can head upstairs to Roxy's room and curl up and take a nap.
I might steal clothes for night shenanigans from Tony's room first, and then go take a nap.
Hey, he's not here. That's fine. He's at work.
Just steal all of Tony's clothes. It's fine.
He's like, where the hell are all my clothes going?
Comes back to an empty closet.
Exactly.
Yes.
But yeah, is there anything else anyone would like to do, or are you just gonna get some food and rest up to do some possible B&E at the clinic that night?
Resting up and then beanie, definitely. Roxy will offer for Joe to sleep in Tony's bed, or if he wants, he can sleep in her bed because they're all camped out on the floor in a cuddle puddle.
I'll use your bed.
That's fine. We actually haven't really even slept in it. We've all just been sleeping on the floor in cuddle puddles. Except for the night that Sylvie and Elena went home. Me and Cynthia slept in the bed, I'm sure.
You're sure you were there?
I'm sure of it. Because I was there, I am sure.
Sylvia's like sprawled out in the middle of the pillow fort.
Yes.
Like, it's
Oh my
not even
God.
like she took like a small portion of it. Like that is her corner. No, she is directly in the middle.
Roxy just lays on one side of her, like cuddles.
And now it is everyone else's problem.
She's got the longest
love it.
arms, so she should be in the middle of the cuddle puddle anyways.
Toby wiggles in next to Sylvie. If there's someone else there, he will legitimately just like wiggle in between, and
That's what Boone does.
That's what
Duck
Precious
himself
Every
in it.
dog.
That's
Yes.
what Precious did.
Hattie picks a spot and just takes up that whole spot for until she wakes up again.
Horse behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That is horse behavior.
Sleep around the horse.
Cynthia doesn't stay up super late, but stays up pretty much until she's ready to pass out, and borrows some paper or notebook from Roxy's room and is just sketching out potential plans for trying to design something that could track down the communicators with the current tech level here.
When I when I get into Roxy's room, does it in any way seem familiar? Because you had said we both have like a lot of sports related paraphernalia. Does it remind me of any way the room I woke up in?
It's rugby, not football.
Not really. Yours was a lot more photos of old teams that you'd been on. So a lot of like framed team photos. Probably some Arizona State pennants tacked to the wall and football posters for Arizona State as well in like their seasons. Roxy's does not have nearly that much decoration. The main focus is some like general Siegel University posters, and then there is one that is a team picture of the women's rugby team, the Siegel University women's rugby team.
Okay. Just wondering if it was like an auto-generated thing, and so it was going to be a whole bunch of the same pictures just with her in there.
No.
I
There
was-
is, and even looking at the poster, Roxy is not in the poster of the women's rugby team. And you can see that there's like textbooks and stuff on the desk, but there's no, at least a visual record here that she had been on any sports teams.
Okay.
I will say Sylvie also did go to sleep thinking about the fact that she wants everyone to connect to their powers. So if there's any Dreamtime shenanigans, that's what's on her mind as well.
Okay.
Seeing as we're all potentially going to sleep.
Roxy puts her head next to Sylvie so they can think better together. I've mined this shit.
Elena's thinking about rocks, space rocks.
Oh,
Delicious, delicious space rocks.
That's fair.
Sylvie and Roxy need a land connection.
Mhm.
Joe probably nods off thinking of Henry.
No.
Cynthia's trying to not think about how she's frustrated that she wasn't able to get back in touch with her powers and is feeling a little incomplete without them.
You all drift off. When were you planning on getting up to go do some B&E? Was this just meant to be like a late afternoon nap, or were you sleeping until it was dark outside?
Mom will get mad if we miss dinner, so we probably should just take a nap and then maybe whatever.
So just a brief afternoon nap.
It's a waiting till it's dark before we do the break and enter though.
mhm.
That's kind of what I expected. I just wanted to make sure I
Yeah.
had the overall timing right. But I think that is a good spot to take a break, and we can come back and pick up with your little excursion outside the house. See what you find out. So we will be back in a few.
Hey, this might come out as total madness, but just wait. I really need to tell you something. 'Cause I feel alone in a room, surrounded by people I wanna know. If you're feeling it too, out on the roof, here with you, it all seems so distant. With you, under streetlights right next to the skyline. With you, yeah. I've been a cynic for so many of my days. Now you just might make a believer out of me. 'Cause you look so pretty in the sunrise, and somehow now everything is alright.
understand why he wouldn't also have a crush on you in this world, though.
I'm not entirely sure either.
Because you haven't. What? I wonder if he's gay in this world. I mean,
You can try it if
that
he
doesn't
is.
matter, but
You can either be gay or a werewolf, not both.
The
I
two
mean,
sexualities, gay and a werewolf.
I mean, it holds true for the team,
Yes.
so
Oh, yes,
I
the
mean,
two
that is
genders,
true.
gay
That is-
and werewolf.
That's the truth for Joe, so obviously it must
Oh
be
my God.
correct.
Wait, don't stay in this world.
I have a desire to conquer this tic-tac-toe.
Right. Let you know right now, I'm pretty good.
It won't defeat me.
We'll see. And Joe will scratch out a little grid on the paper, and until they call or Thistle prompts otherwise, they will be playing tic-tac-toe.
I imagine she probably loses the first game.
Mhm.
We're like, okay, one more. And then probably loses the second one. No, just one more. And it goes on that for a while. And
Yep.
she's very determined to win, to conquer.
Meanwhile, Joe's
This
using the
grid,
all
like,
corner
battlefield.
strat.
There is only one of you, only one of me. There's a million of those who won't let us be. But they're not gonna see me bleed. Cause baby, I got you. I've been beaten to the ground, dragged across the dirt. I've been scared to live cause some people never learn. But they're not gonna watch me burn. Cause baby, I got you. It's a new beginnings and a better life. It's the dancing underneath the disco lights. They can try, but they can never take me down. Ooh, cause I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid to love, not afraid to love you. I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid to love, not afraid to love you. They always prey on the lonely, but with you here, nothing can scare me. I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid to love, not afraid to love you. I will tell them what I'm feeling forevermore. I don't care about the feelings, not anymore. So let's show them that love is pure, no matter who it's for. It's a new beginnings and a better life. It's the dancing underneath the disco lights. They can try, but they can never take me down. Cause I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid to love, not afraid to love.
Show me life, show me love, make a change, time is up. We can wait for better days, but the days won't come. Show me life, show me love, show me life, show me love, make a change, time is up. We can wait for better days, but the days won't come.
What is Slay the Stars? Oh. Come with us and enjoy a chaotic D&D hot pot, a dash of cosmic fantasy, a few cloves of dark fairy tales. And that's the entire bottle of shenaniganery. Oh dear. Oh no. Listen in Tuesdays at noon Eastern Standard Time on any major streaming platform. SlayTheStars.com. Persomnia ad Astra.
Show me love. This is all we got. Show me life, show me love. This is all we got. Show me love, show me love. This is all we got. Show me love. This is all we got. Show me love. This is all we got. Show me love. Show me life, show me love. This is all we got. Sometimes life will push you down, make you fall onto the ground. But I know you will turn it around. Oh, this is all we got. And I know you'll make mistakes, get interference and lose your way.
Hello, interns. Welcome aboard Charon, the Epsilon-class long-haul cargo ship that will be your home for the next year. You'll be transporting cargo to the Tartarus Gate way station construction site. Ensure the ship continues to run smoothly throughout its journey. That may seem like a daunting task, but we don't expect any problems besides typical routine maintenance. If you have any questions, ask Assisty for help by saying, "Hello, Assisty." Otherwise, you can give your supervisor Navari a call from the communications room. Good luck, safe travels, and remember, Opal rewards those who are dedicated to fulfilling their duty.
When it rains, oh, this is all we got. Show me life, show me love, make a change, time is up. We can wait for better days, but the days won't come. Show me life, show me love, show me life, show me love, make a change, time is up. We can wait for better days, but the days won't come. Show me life, show me love, this is all we got. Show me life, show me love, this is all we got. Show me love. This is all we got. Show me love. This is all we got. Show me love. This is all we got. Show me love.
Okay, so you can get up, have dinner with the DeMarcos, wait for them to, I don't know, either go to bed or just be distracted enough where you can make an escape if you don't want to try and make an excuse as to where you're going. But whatever path you choose to take, you can get out of the house. And are you going to the clinic? Because there was talk of clinics and museums. So are you just going to go straight for the clinic?
That was my plan.
Mm-hmm.
We really only need to see if there's a portal on top of a museum, but we don't have to do that right now.
Okay. You can make your way to the clinic.
Roxy will drive.
Yeah, I was about to say, don't let Sylvie drive.
Well, we're trying not to
stealthy.
be conspicuous.
Yeah.
Probably also parking in an out of the way place that isn't right next to the clinic.
Yes.
That's fine.
You can park a couple streets over.
Mm-hmm.
Feel like at some point Joe would kind of clear his throat and go, "So, who's going in?"
I need to talk to her.
Right.
Assume I need to stabilize her. Or get her up.
If we need to carry her, then I think you might need to go. I mean, I could, but like, I think we decided that I was going to save my powers for trying to break reality. And you got the big guns in this world. just pinches your bicep like lightly.
If you didn't have super strength, I don't know if you would feel it.
She wasn't using her super strength.
Okay. If/when we get her, where are we going then? Are we going back to your place, Rox, or do we have some other safe location we could bring her?
Well, I think my place is the home base. We don't really have any other places to bring anybody.
Any of the resources I'd have in the other world just don't exist here.
Yeah. But, well, my hope is that we could just go to the museum and then like break in and get to the roof and then break reality and go home.
I mean, is that something you can aim? Do we know if we open another doorway, it's headed back to our world?
Well, I'm hoping if we do it in the same place that we originally broke reality, maybe there'll be like a weak spot or something. Or like that's a portal there that we can try to open again. But we're kind of going blind here.
Thistle, could you, I don't know, direct that? Make sure Rox is reaching our world? Because you said you still have a connection.
I could try. I have the ability to travel between planes, but I've never had to do something like this before where I was focusing someone else's powers.
I think a lot of us are in unfamiliar territory here.
We're all learning together.
If you can, I guess, try to focus in on that. We'll see if we can use it later. Sylvie, do you feel any sort of connection like that? Is that maybe what the tethers are?
I'm unsure. Unlike Thistle here, I am not Fae in this world. So I'm not entirely sure. But I also don't know what the tethers are. Portaling has never been my strong suit.
Okay.
All we can do is try, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, we can try. Do I really have to be one of the people who goes in? I've never done anything like this before.
It's not real, Joe. Crime doesn't count here.
If what happened in the other world counts here, I feel like what happens here counts in the other world.
I don't think that anything that counted in the other world counts here.
Okay.
You'll only get charged with accessory at the very most.
Getting charged at all is
That's
a
not
very
helping, Rox.
concerning prospect.
You can stay here if you want. I'll carry her myself.
No,
It's fine. I'll go with them and I'll carry her. You stay with Elena.
To Menzikar.
Getaway driver.
Joe can drive. he's capable of it. If he would drive fast, I don't know. But
I can drive fast.
cool. Then maybe you just like Thistle can come get you when we're ready for you to bring the car around, and she'll toss the keys at Joe.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. You okay with that plan, Thistle?
Sure, do you want me to come inside with you or just wait
I
out
would like
here?
you to stay with Elena, if you could.
Okay.
But I mean, what do you think, Cynthia?
Thistle could go invisible to scout ahead.
Ooh, maybe, yeah. That's a good plan. This is why you're in charge, Cynthia. Looks at Joe. And then looks at Cynthia.
I'm assuming we have Toby with us. Toby can also keep watch unless you need him to find something.
Yeah, he could stay with Elena.
Yeah.
Bark, 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 bark.
Would you be willing to scout? Listen.
Sure. Wouldn't be too difficult for me.
All right. Cynthia did bring lock picking supplies this time. Just in case.
Fair.
We're gonna try the side door first.
You can get over to the side door. Are you just gonna immediately start in on the lockpicking?
I check for traps.
There are no traps.
There's a poison dart trap in the keyhole.
I knew it was Thomas this whole time. I knew it. I knew it. He can't be trusted.
I mean, needles are probably great for making makeshift darts, but
I'm gonna try the door first just in case they left it unlocked for some reason.
it is locked.
Alright, lock picking time.
This goes much more smoothly than the first attempt because you are using actual lock-picking tools and not just like a bit of a pin, a bobby pin, a rubber band, that kind of thing. So you get it open in
You're
no
not
time.
MacGyvering this lock.
No. You can get it open very quickly. And inside
Alright.
is dark.
Alright. Gonna step just inside. And I'm going to just whisper to Thistle the general path that we took to get to Sarah's room and ask if she'd be willing to fly ahead and see if she sees anybody in the building, and if so, on that path specifically.
She will say, do you want me to come back here and report back?
That'd be appreciated.
Okay. And it goes silent. And you assume that she has proceeded down the hallway. Since she is invisible and excellent at not making sound when there are people with super hearing around. But a few moments pass. And you hear her say, okay. Checked everything out, and there's no one along this path, and as far as I can tell, no one else hanging around in here.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Do we want
So he's
Thistle
still
to
gonna-
try and grab any files pertaining to Sarah?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I would say yes, but I'm not sure where.
They would be.
Yeah. Say our first priority should be to see where Sarah's at.
Well, let's go find Sarah, and then we can kind of assess from there what we need.
Okay. So
Just
carefully.
to confirm before we go further, is Sarah's tether still here?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Let's go.
I'd say now that you've actually connected with your powers more, there is It's still not as potent as it normally would be, but in addition to like the blurriness and fuzziness that appears on solid surfaces, that now has a faint glow to it.
Okay.
Toby is displeased by something.
Does Toby see something? Toby, what's wrong?
Chasing a rat.
Yeah, a rat just like scurries out from behind the dumpster.
Ew.
What do you see, Boone?
As long as it's not the stupid cat again.
That's the one that's keeping us here.
It's secretly the cat.
Cat. the whole
It was the
time.
cat the whole time.
Charles.
Fucking
Jefferson.
Charles.
Jefferson.
What's her name? The
Janice?
evil scientist from Emperor's New Groove?
Oh, I
Yzma?
don't know.
Yzma.
Isma, just in cat form.
Oh, the
Anyone turns into a llama, we know what's wrong.
Yep. Oh, show.
Okay. So you proceed?
Mm-hmm.
Carefully.
And quietly.
You have done this before, and you can make your way through the hallway down towards the rear of the building where you remember Sarah's room being. You get to her door and pull it open. She is still there in bed.
Step into the room. Check for tripwires. Check for traps.
There are no traps.
Laser beams. Laser beams.
Just like do the hairspray technique. Just see where the beams are.
Plus side, we can use hairspray in this world because
That's
superpowers
true.
don't exist.
That doesn't mean the hairspray isn't contaminated. Just means you won't get superpowers from it.
We'll just get cancer. It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Still, we can heal that though.
Oh my god. Yeah, double checking. She's still hooked up to the IV.
Yes.
I am going to actually attempt to wake her up this time, not super forcefully, but
Okay. Do you so it is, I will say, because this room doesn't have any windows and you're in the back, there is no light on. Are you going to turn on the light or just do this in the darkness?
I'd say we get into the room, close the door, turn the light on.
Okay.
Is there something we can put in front of the bottom crack of the door too, so there's no lights
Mm.
creeping out too?
There's
Roxy takes off her
probably
flannel.
I was gonna say there's probably like some spare sheets or a towel or something that you can
Yeah.
roll up and stuff under there.
Yeah.
Good thinking.
But you can do that and turn on the light. And after sneaking through the room, it's a little bit of that initial blindness. But once it clears, yeah, the room is pretty much the same as it was before. But you can shake Sarah's shoulder a little bit, very, very gently and subtly. And she shifts a little bit in her sleep, but does not initially wake up.
Okay, so she's on a cot, right?
Yeah.
All right, kind of just kneeling next to that. We're gonna try a little harder this time.
Okay. You give her
Sarah.
What?
Jeez.
Wake up!
Wake the fuck up!
Should put a little makeup.
Just trying to do that one scene from Airplane where everyone's telling the one woman to get a hold of herself, and it's just a conga line of people grabbing her and slapping her.
Sarah, wake up. You try.
You say her name and shake her a little more roughly, and she shifts a bit more this time and groans a little bit and just mumbles out a what and like tries to paw your hand away.
Sarah, get up.
It's too early. It's 5 more minutes.
Has to be now. You want Hecate to be mad at you?
I think at that her eyes fly open and she starts to jerk up and then freezes and is like, ugh.
Oh, good. Everybody feels that way about
And
Hecate.
leans,
I
like-
thought it was just me.
Gently like
Sylvie.
lowers herself back down and is taking very careful and deep breaths while staring up at the ceiling. And then when she starts to relax because she's breathed through the pain.
Sylvie might take this as a cue to go try and do a bit of healing on that one.
Yeah.
Or
Oh.
try to.
Okay.
She trusts that Echo will cover anything if there's questions.
This is Sylvie. I don't know how much you know what's going on. Alternate reality, no powers. She may have broken through that. Healing.
That's
Maybe.
an 8 to heal.
Good job.
Would you like it to
Cool.
be stable, unstable or temporary, or would you like to mark a condition?
I will take another condition on this one.
Okay.
Right,
What do
yeah,
you
all
currently
the
have
conditions.
marked?
Hopeless.
Just hopeless? Okay.
Yeah.
I say you can have your choice between afraid or angry.
I actually think she's angry that her more, not so much at the team, but at the fact that her past is kind of coming to the forefront and making her feel the way she is, and that she has to deal with it.
Okay.
Boy cat.
You place your hands on her and feel this power surge through you and into her, and her breathing eases a bit more and she relaxes even further into the cot. Okay. She rolls her head to the side and looks at you, Cynthia, and says, and I think at this point probably searches around, like, I don't know where your hands are, but is like searching to like reach for your hand and
Give her my hand.
yeah, just like grips your hand. How the fuck did you get here?
I broke reality. I
That's
tore it
technically
back
true.
open to find you. Hi, I'm Roxy, by the way.
You never met us.
You never met me, but I broke reality to get to you. Because I really don't want Cynthia to be sad.
You know, in any other instance that would be fucking romantic, but
Oh, how much time have you been conscious since getting here?
not a lot. Been in and out of things. I was pretty fucked up.
Yeah, I see that.
How did you get fucked up, by the way?
Some asshole in a, I don't know, fancy suit.
In a suit?
Yeah, He was wearing like a
Just
three-piece
stands in front
suit.
of Sylvie, who's wearing Tony's suit. Like, just like.
Not that. It was a fancy suit. It was like a three-piece suit.
Oh.
He had like a nice tie on and gloves. I don't.
Yeah.
Sylvie is mentally like, instead of stealing Tempest's dress, now we're stealing this guy's suit. It's fine.
Oh, yes.
We have to steal all the
I don't know who
costumes.
this guy is, but we're stealing his fucking clothes.
There's just a list of people whose clothes we're stealing now.
Faye doing face stuff, you know?
It was just showed up at the museum and wanted what I was taking, and we got into it, and then God, it was fast. Next thing I knew, I was tumbling through the fucking portal and landed in the middle of the park.
So what would did he get what you were trying to steal? My first question.
You assume so? I didn't have it with me. Unless he dropped it somewhere along the way. I did
Let's just assume
he
has
has it. Yeah.
It was a meteorite, right? Or something more?
I was also going for a painting, but he was not interested in the painting. I don't know why he was so bent on that piece of space rock, but
Why were you still in the space rock?
She was going after the painting.
But
well,
you took the space rock though, right?
it was, I mean, really just a bit of a highly priced item. Not.
So it was like
I usually
impulse steal.
Initial and my main goal had been the painting, but I don't know, something about that meteorite was just compelling.
Do you know where he went when you were tumbling? Like, did he tumble with you? What happened there? Like, did he land in this universe, or?
If he did, I didn't see him. After I got here, I knew I needed help, and I didn't see any other sign of him. So if he's here, I don't know where he is.
Cynthia, your brother-in-law doesn't by any chance wear expensive three-piece suits, does he?
Probably sometimes, but so do half the people I know.
Great.
Also-
The list just got even longer.
All of the socialites of Halcyon City.
Every rich person, every rich man in Halcyon is
A hit
a
list.
suspect.
It's
Points
fine.
to Joe.
Sylvie is perfectly okay infiltrating this Echelon. She's already started, so
Yes.
We're gonna start
Um,
stealing all the suits.
Yes. we're good. Entirely purpose. What was my question? I did. So the man in the suit was also the one who injured you. Did he use a power to do so, or did he use a physical item?
He had some weird weapon. I'd honestly never seen anything like it before. It was what's the best way to describe it? It was like a sword, but it wasn't. It was like in this
God, was it a
And
light
this-
sword?
No,
Oh, okay.
it was like it came from this box, but it was thin like a wire.
Hmm.
And I don't know, it was
Is
like,
it a
was
fence?
able
Are
to-
you describing a fencing foil? Or a rapier?
Motherfucker.
no. It was like it's like a bladed whip.
Ooh,
Oh god.
Oh, jeez.
dislike that one. No, thank you.
It was flexible like a whip, but could be
A sword.
like wielded to where it was a straight
Like
blade.
a snap bracelet?
I don't know if that's existed yet.
Only the most 90s of weapons.
He was from the 1990s. Motherfucker, I knew it.
He pulls a Rubik's Cube out. Just all of his weapons are just 90s themed things.
Pulls out the Rubik's Cube and it starts hovering in the air. I have the
Yes.
Tesseract.
Testing Rubik's.
When things really start going down, he whips out the skip it.
Oh my god, yes.
The bop it.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
A curse on all your ankles.
The bop
a
it
bop
is a
it
bomb that you have to
emergency.
defuse.
Oh my god.
God, you'd think it was.
And he created the portal himself as well.
Yes, yeah.
He probably had some sort of machine for it, but
Or he could have
Don't
just had
think so.
inherent power.
maybe.
Teleportation is a power that has been observed in your species.
I'm gonna be so pissed if we're fighting Doctor Who. So pissed.
Did you do
Well,
the
you-
required watching for Doctor Who, Charlie?
I did. I've not seen the recent seasons, but I have watched a lot of Doctor Who.
Anyways,
I may not know shit
Wow.
about vampires, but time traveling aliens, sign me up.
yes.
While you've been here, you noticed anything weird about Rebecca?
Besides the no powers thing? Not particularly.
All right.
You still need this IV.
I mean, I've still been pretty weak and sleeping a lot, so
Okay.
it's been keeping me hydrated.
Raxy just unhooks the IV and like,
Pulls the bag
I-
down, you mean?
yeah, well, yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
from the thing, and like,
So
Uh-huh.
the original plan was to get you out of here. You probably know your current medical state better than we do.
I'm more stable now than I initially was when I got here, as I think as long as I avoid strenuous activity, should be okay.
it's okay. I can carry you.
The plan was to just get you set up on a bed at Roxy's place, because that's where we've been camping out.
Yeah, you can take my bed, and Joe can sleep somewhere. Or we can open a portal and just go home.
I mean, if it's possible to go home, I would like to get somewhere
Should we
that
try
is
that now?
familiar.
I think we should get the rest of the team.
Yeah. Maybe Thistle could go have Joe bring the car around,
Yeah, that'd be good.
and
Yeah.
So it's just like is looking around and like counting the people in the room. Like, who the fuck is Thistle?
I
Explanations later.
Thistle, would you just say hi real quick so Sarah's not freaked out?
Hi.
maybe
Could
be
you maybe
visible
like
when you
be
say hi
visible
for
for
a
a
moment.
second here? Just for
And she goes visible and is like, hi. And she's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, we have a
Questions later.
we have a friend.
Questions
Her
later.
name is Thistle. She's a sprite. She's pretty cool. She can be invisible. It's very helpful for us.
Oh, sounds like it.
Yeah. All right.
And Thistle's just
Thistle,
like,
maybe
I'll go
have
get-
Joe
I'll
bring the
go-
car around.
yeah, I'll be back. And then she goes
It's-
invisible. And presumably leaves.
I was gonna say, does she open the door? Because you said there's no windows in here.
Door opens. Seemingly by no one.
And then it shuts. All right. Roxy puts
And-
the IV bag in like the front pocket of her flannel. Like so she has it on her, and then I'm gonna lift you, okay, Sarah? First I'll lift you over the bed just to make sure that nothing goes wrong. I have a connection to my power now too, because I did a really sweet handstand.
Don't ask questions.
Okay, all right, okay.
And I'm really strong in our world. So she just like
Right.
gently like starts like scooching her hands or her arms under Sarah to
Cynthia
like
will
pick her
help stabilize just
Yeah.
while you pick her up.
in
Yeah.
a nice bride through the threshold carry.
Yeah. There's
Sylvie. Oh, I was just gonna say Sylvie is keeping an eye on Sarah and trying her best to keep track of her vitals and if add in any healing if there's a emergency moment.
okay. Yeah, she is like, and the initial scooting is and shuffling is relatively okay, but once like you pick her up and there's that little bit of moment of settling, she stiffens and lets out some deep breaths. Sylvie, you could tell it's nothing like urgent or dangerous, but definitely just like soreness,
She
the
got-
healing process, you know.
Yeah, she's
that-
jostled.
Mhm. That
I'm sorry, I'll try to be as steady and come to
Yeah,
not jostle you
okay.
as much as possible.
she just is kind of like stiff in your arms, but
Cynthia just kind of puts an arm on her shoulder and just says, I'm so happy to see you.
that makes fucking two of us.
Let's get you out of here.
Please.
And open the door.
Okay. While you are making your way out, the side door opens seemingly by nobody, and as Thistle exits.
We have
And-
the best Fae friend.
Yes.
Whilst they are doing their infiltration and talking with Sarah and everything,
Okay.
we're probably like waiting in the car, right? Joe's like in the driver's seat. They're like waiting for the cue.
Are you expecting to be alone, or are you wanting to have a scene with Elena?
I was looking to have a scene with Elena.
Would you have gone to the car with Joe?
Yeah, we're just keeping an eye out.
Okay. Yeah. Then the two of you are in the car.
It's probably like a few minutes of silence, and then Joe just kind of quietly says, "So are you mad at me too?"
No. This field has many allures that ours does not. I can understand wanting to stay here, especially when we have no idea how to get home.
I got you.
I'm
But,
guessing everybody else is proper mad, right?
Well, we don't belong here.
So,
Everybody knows that we're only here for a reason. To do a job and then go home, kind of thing. So if you think of it more like that, it might be easier. Because this isn't real. It might be real to someone else, but this isn't our lives. This is different Joe's life. Or maybe don't think of it like that, because you may have just ruined his life.
I left my folks a note. Figured if this is some other Joe, that will at least not completely ruin his life.
We are lucky we are here. We didn't have to travel cross country. So it's a very nice thing of you to do, to come here to help us, because I think we all need to be together. At least for this, maybe not forever, but in order to get back home, we're all going to have to do it together.
You hear it?
I guess. You said you have your real folks here?
Yeah, meine Mutter is alive. I'm assuming that man is my father. I haven't asked him his name, and I don't know if he's alive in the other world. That might be something to look into before we leave, if I have a chance. But it would be nice to stay here and play pretend, but I don't. I don't think I want to be here. This is not my life. As there was many ups and many, many downs in the other life. But I think I prefer that to... She just kind of like hand waves. This. Like here I am just girl who goes to school. I didn't know anybody then. I didn't know you. I don't know you here in this world. I don't know any of the rest of them. I can't fly. Well, I still can't fly, but I can't help people.
You're right. But I mean, don't you just have that thought of what if life was normal?
Sometimes. It would be much easier if things were normal. It would be a whole lot easier just to stay here. But then we'll never know what happens. Like there's pro and con. If we go back home, we don't know what happens here. If we stay here, we don't know what happens at home. We don't know if there are people on the other side waiting for us, missing us. We don't know how long we've been here, if time moves the same way. What if we've been gone for like decades? Nobody knew where we were for so long. So many people would be worried about us, so we have to go back. Somehow.
Joe's face visibly pales slightly at that one. Yeah. I think making the decision to stay here would have been easy. But you're right, this isn't. If you don't mind me asking, what happened to your folks in the real world?
I never knew. Mein Vater, I think he worked in America and we lived in Germany. If he existed, he did not exist in our lives outside of like letters, postcards. And one of the bombings destroyed our building. And I was just left kind of hovering there in the rubble as we were trying to evacuate.
I'm so sorry, Elena.
She like pats Joe's hand. It's okay. It's a lot to deal with. There's a lot of unhealthy coping ways and a lot of healthy coping ways. Talking about them makes them better over time, but it takes a very, very long time. And I'm fortunate to have parents here parents here who wanted to make sure I was handling things properly, which is where Grandpa Les comes in.
Joe fishes around in his pocket and he pulls out that picture that he took from this world's home. Is it terrible that I feel like maybe if my dad was dead, it'd make leaving here easier?
No. Because you know in the other world he's there. And if you were leaving this one where he is here and going to one where he wasn't, it doesn't You know he's there and you can't go see him. You have that knowledge that he is somewhere. And here it'd be like, oh, he's here, hello. And you know you have nothing, no the body to go back to. But you know he's there in the other world and there's that weird communication that you could have, but it isn't there. And knowing that it is there and weird probably makes it much worse to go back to.
I almost kind of wish I did have something terrible to use, I guess. My folks, they just couldn't make it work.
I think that happens to a lot of people.
I used to write my dad a lot. Till I figured out we were never going home.
Do you still write him?
Up until recently, no, but I wrote him at the start of summer. Never heard back.
So, like, my left click is Stormstorm.
I mean, he's probably got his own life by now. But I don't know, I guess I just expected something.
He could still make time for you. So it's not your fault if he doesn't want to know you. I don't know why he wouldn't. You're very smart. You're very talented.
Yeah, you don't have to lie to make me feel better.
Well, you're very good at Football. We only watched like just the practices, but your coach likes you, your teammates all mostly like you.
And that's the one thing I'm good at.
Your girlfriend like you. Roxy likes you.
I'm not sure about that one recently.
She has strange ways of showing affection. Bullying is kind of one of them because she wants you to push and be better. And she come from very loud family, so that is how they communicate, is by being very loud and pushing each other.
Yeah. That's how they all put it, right? We just want you to be better.
Be the best Joe you can be.
Roxy thinks best is a day-to-day thing. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that.
I think even when you figure it out, it's going to change.
If in our real world you had a chance to just be normal again, would you want it?
No, I don't think so. I like helping people. Being
Why's
able
that?
to do what I do and then just kind of help people. I don't need to have Echo sister. I don't need to be a doctor in order to help people. I'm just able to do it. Didn't need to invent anything. If someone is stuck under a car, I can just lift the car and there they go.
Does that then make me, I don't know, bad in some way for just wanting to be normal again?
I don't think so. I don't think many of us chose our powers. They all just kind of happened. It's not maybe, I don't know. Did you choose your powers?
God, no.
Then it's not your fault for feeling this way. If you could give it up, and that's you want to go and just be Joe, then you can just go and just be Joe. This wasn't your choice, and the fact that you are choosing to do something good with it is a very good thing. It makes you a very good person. Because some people choose to do other things, like Tempest. Rampage, they're kind of like on the line of they're trying to do something better, but the way they went around it was... Or is that weird pasta guy?
At least we can all agree on him, I guess.
You could do so much good with unlimited summoning pasta. You could feed so many people, and instead you're going to attack a restaurant.
Thank you, Elena. I feel like you're the first person on this team who hasn't judged me because I've been an asshole.
Elena, I would like you to roll to
Regulating
comfort or
circumstances.
support someone.
If you're talking, you're muted.
You're muted.
I was gonna see if my thermodynamic miracle applied, but it only counts if I'm telling you what makes you unique. Got a -2 to mundane, guys. Oh no, I don't. Because it went up. I have a -1. Thanks, Roxy. 7.
That is a hit. So on a hit they hear you, if Joe opens up to you, mark potential clear condition or shift labels.
That's me doing that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like 10 plus, I could add a team to the pool.
I will go ahead and clear angry.
Stop looking at these numbers because they are not right.
And well, I suppose ultimately the judgment's up to you, Elena, whether or not Joe opened up enough for you.
I think he did. That's a lot of opening up with someone he's never had a one-on-one conversation with.
And I feel like Joe would add, for the record, I'm not really comfortable with lying.
After the third or fourth time we have done it here, it's just kind of getting used to it. Maybe when we go home, I could commit myself to a life of crime. She's just gonna laugh.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I didn't like tricking you.
Hmm.
I also didn't like tricking Sylvie, but she's terrifying, so feelings are still weird there.
The sense of more bigger sense of self-preservation around her sometimes.
I'll be honest, I don't know how you just trust her so easily.
Because she's pretty. She's a good person somewhere. I think she's a person, but she is trying to do good, and she just wants to understand here better, just as much as we all can. There's a lot of understanding to be done as humans, and a lot of us are not very good at it. Most of us, I would argue, are not very good at it.
Yeah.
Before I met all you guys, I thought I got people. Understood how to work with them. Make all of them and me happy. Now I'm not so sure.
You can't always be a people crowd pleaser. You have to kind of work on yourself too. You're people too. You should make yourself happy. You're mostly people. I'm pretty sure you're people too.
No.
Yeah, it's a little hard to tell at times. But making other people happy is enough for me. Besides, if I went after what I wanted, a lot of people would get hurt.
What do you want?
The words should be that well trained.
I want to propose to Henry. But I can't.
Why not? You just ask her.
Anybody?
You just hear tiredness in Joe's voice as he seems to be quoting someone. Men like us don't have the option to not go to college.
You can go to college and still marry someone.
I'm barely getting by as is.
Then you kind of have to figure that out together. You can just, if you want to be with someone, you just go and do it. Well, I mean, you're already with her, but you just go and do it. Assuming she wants to as well, and she's dating you, she wants to. That's how Roxy has at least 2 girlfriends. She just wanted to, and we were all like, yeah.
I generally don't know how Roxy gets away with half the stuff she does.
That she's pretty.
I
You
feel
are
like
you are pretty, and then Henry is pretty, and then there you go. You can just get away with the same, maybe not the same things. Probably don't get more than one girlfriend, unless she wants to too.
I feel like Joe sort of like looks over his shoulder back at you. It's like, I barely know what I'm doing. I'm not risking that. Even if there was someone else that I was even maybe interested in, which honestly I can't think of anyone but her.
And you just ask her to marry you, and you figure it out along the way. That is also part of being human. You just kind of learn as you go. There's no instant answer to everything.
Well, then there's her mom. I'm gonna take a wild bet and say that once Rox accidentally spilled something, she just spilled all the beans.
Did Roxy spill all the beans?
Mm-mm.
Who is her mom?
She's really important and powerful, and is keenly aware of the fact that I almost hurt Henry a lot.
What, did Henry forgive you?
I think so.
Isn't that part is kind of moot? The person you hurt forgave you for the hurting. And then, though she's only as important as she thinks she is, she might not actually be at it. That could all just be in their head.
She's a major superhero.
Oh, well, okay. Since she might actually be important and powerful, but
Yeah.
you could run off to Arizona. Just scoop her up into a truck, and away you go.
Had a couple dreams like that. But I don't want to hurt my mom like that. Don't want to let down the team or this team like that. And well, who knows if I could get out of Halcyon.
Well, first we have to get back to Halcyon.
Yeah. Thank you, Elena. Again.
Bitte.
And Elena can take influence over Joe.
Ooh.
Elena already has influence over Joe.
Yeah, once they merged, because she had influence over Watchdog.
That is correct. So, would you like to shift anything?
Um,
Oh, there goes my rulebook.
I am going to shift Superior down.
Okay.
And Mundane up.
Ooh.
I was gonna
That's
say
a
that's gonna give you another.
Yeah, it's a condition for me.
Yay!
That's all right. Well,
It's a condition kind of location.
Do you have any current conditions marked?
I just cleared angry, so I'm conditionless currently.
Okay. Guilty.
Makes sense.
And I'll say, as you finish up this conversation, there is a knock on the window.
Joe sort of looks, doesn't see anyone, rolls the
Nope.
window down.
Yeah. You hear this will say, they found her. I want you to bring the car around so we can get somewhere safe.
Oh, I really hope she's coming willingly. Joe puts it into.
From what I saw, she is. And then this will kind of like flies in to just touch your ride. You just feel
Flies hard,
a
man.
little puff of air go past your face.
Do we have the dog in here with us?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You also
This whole
have
time,
the dog.
Elena's just been occasionally patting Joe, and then mostly just.
I think, yeah, Toby sits forward and is just like sniffing the air a little bit. Not as aggressively as the first time, but definitely taking notice.
Now we'll go ahead and pull up to the rear door.
There's not enough space in the alley for a car.
I will pull up as close to the rear door as I can get.
You could pull up in front of the alleyway entrance. I imagine you're like half on the curb or whatever.
Yeah.
And then would everyone have gone outside to wait for the car or have someone be on the lookout for the car, or were you just waiting for Thistle to get back?
We were kind of looking out and then probably stopped looking out.
Yeah, I was thinking we probably would have had at least one of us go, me or Cynthia, go to look out. So it wasn't a very conspicuous mob of people in an alleyway.
Mhm.
Holding a person.
Yeah. in a hospital gown. Not really.
I will say that Cynthia probably would have wanted to stay with Sarah just because she's gone through it.
Sylvie would go play a lookout, I think. But she would let Cynthia know that if some condition worsens, that TL
She would.
because at that point,
The healer.
protecting Sarah is more important than stealth in this situation. So
Cynthia would agree with that.
You can be on the lookout, and Sylvia, you do see the car pull up alongside the curb.
okay. She'll she'll stick her head in and wave the group forward then. To
Head out to the car.
the car. Yeah.
Cynthia gets the door and has Roxy come up. Okay.
I feel like as Cynthia passes, Sylvie will also be like, when we get back to our Halcyon, make sure your sister knows that the store is very easily broken into.
Yes, I will be doing that.
Okay. Elena and Joe, you see Roxy carrying a girl in a sort of a hospital gown. Well, I imagine they probably have some for certain examinations. So, yeah, just wearing a hospital gown, and got strapped up to an IV bag that's just sticking out of Roxy's pocket. And they head over to the car.
I feel like as they're approaching, Joe suddenly realizes that he is just completely barefaced in front of someone who he does not know and knows is a criminal. So I kind of feel like there's a moment where he's just like momentarily scrambles and just like pastes a napkin over his face.
Being as Sylvie's been sitting in that seat on top of everything else, it's full of glitter. Like
Glitter face.
Oh my god, it's like a glitter face mask. Okay.
I am glitter
You can like
face,
poke
and
some
I
holes
care what you
through the
think.
napkin so you can see through it. I love this. Okay.
Roxy has Cynthia or Sylvie or somebody open the door to the back seat so she can put Sarah in, and then says that she can run to the museum or jog there because she doesn't want to. There's too many people and not enough room in the car. Her and the pup can run. They can go for a nice run.
I mean,
She's been getting in shape with football. She's fine.
Sylvie's okay running too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if
Elena
Joe
will
wanted
move
to
up
get
front.
out of a situation where a person could see his face, that would be a good opportunity.
That's true.
And
Yeah,
Roxy
except
looks
those
at Joe and goes, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Napkin glitter.
I saw you didn't like the glitter. Why do you have a glitter napkin on your face? What are you doing?
I feel like there's just a long, just throws it away, just
Glitter face.
blows some glitter out of his nose, and he just kind of mumbles, "I forgot somebody who didn't know me was gonna be in the car."
Can we not worry about that right now while somebody's really hurt? Like, I get your whole thing, but like maybe that's a later problem. Maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to run or do you want to drive?
I'll drive.
Okay. Cynthia, do you want to ride in the back with Sarah?
Please.
Okay. Me and Sylvie will run and the pup. That way
Sylvia.
we're not all nobody's alone. And we'll meet you there.
And Elena can ride in the front seat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She'll move up front.
Are we going back to the museum or are we going back to the DeMarcos?
Sarah said she'd like to go home, so we're gonna try to go home.
Wait, at the museum?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That's how we got here.
Yeah, that's Roxy's
Oh, yeah.
logic is that's how we came in. That's how we're leaving.
We're gonna punch our way out through the museum.
oh boy. I
The rooftop
check to
portal.
see if there's a portal up there first because I don't want to risk moving Sarah up.
Well, let's see let's ask our nice friend Thistle if she wants to take a run with us or just ride on my shoulder or something.
I was about to say this will ride on Sylvie's
And
shoulder,
Roxy
too.
takes the IV out of her pocket and like hands it to Cynthia.
I think you're supposed to keep those elevated.
Cynthia
Here.
elevates
You
it.
can pull down
On
the
a little
little
hook.
hook.
Little
next
suit
to
hook.
Yeah, puts it on
the
the little
hand
hook in the
rest,
car
stick it
for
up there.
the truck cleaning.
Yep,
Not the intended purpose, but I'm here for it.
it works.
We're
Curb cut.
MacGyvers.
Thistle says, sure, I can come with you.
All right.
And
There's
you
space
just
in my pocket, or you
I was
can,
gonna
like,
say you feel
ride
a
on
little
my shoulder.
you feel a little like weight
Pocket
settle into
Faye.
your pocket.
I'm here for it. I got a pocket Faye.
Yeah.
All right. We'll meet you there. And then I think they just go for a run.
Yeah, I think we're going jogging.
Mm-hmm.
You can take off and you get it feels great because you got a nice head start, but then when the car gets going, it just easily
Yeah.
passes you.
Yeah.
Well, it would easily pass, except Joe is intentionally driving carefully because he is trying to be easy on Sarah.
Okay.
And I feel like as he is driving, he just sort of says over his shoulder, nice to meet you.
Yep.
Could be under better circumstances, but
Much better circumstances.
Lena will just turn around and wave at her. Hello, nice to meet you.
She tries for a smile, but it's more of a grimace. She's like,
if you need me to slow down anymore, let me know, all right?
We might outrun the car.
it's
The dog
fine.
definitely outruns the car.
Yeah.
Like that is a trait of the dog is super fast.
Mhm.
That is a trait of the dog.
Yeah.
Sentence.
Yep. It's
It's a
fine.
trait of the stag, which was a bike, which is a dog.
Yes.
Layers.
That.
Like an onion.
It's an onion stag.
But I can now definitely confirm, now that there's other people in the car to be witness, Joe is definitely the most careful driver of the entire team.
Grandpa.
Yes.
Grandpa.
There's no doubt in my mind.
If there is no other conversation during the car ride or during the group that's running, all of you can reconvene at the museum and hang out while Thistle goes up to inspect the roof. She comes back and says, I don't sense any sort of portal magic or teleportation magic up there.
Well, what I am thinking is that we leave Sarah down here, and maybe Cynthia, you could unlock the door, then you could come back and wait with Sarah, and then maybe me and Sylvie and Elena could go and try to open the portal.
Or do we want to try and go through somewhere where one of us came through that we're knowledgeable of?
Why don't we just give a shot at opening it right here?
Okay, let's do this. Roxy gets all like stretched out. She's stretching.
Just picturing her doing like,
Yeah. Stretching the hamstrings.
she's doing some lunges.
She's doing some yoga, and Joe's like, oh, she's got the entire football team doing that shit.
Oh my God.
Which she obviously learned from Cynthia. And then yeah, she'll ask Elena to come out with her just to give her a boost as she tries to shoulder check reality.
Again.
Do you want Cynthia to try, or not Cynthia, Sylvia to try and boost your
Yes.
powers as well?
Also, Thistle, all of you.
Make
Just
her go fast.
everybody
Gotta
make
go
go
fast.
go Roxy. And And
Okay.
with that, I would like to use my moment of truth.
That is what I was going to
I'm
ask.
going to use all of my pent up strength and rage and glee, because obviously I'm both angry and happy, because that's who Roxy is. And I am going to break whatever stands in my way. I am a walking demolition crew. What can stand up to me? Not buildings, not reality, not structures, not enemies, nothing.
Not reality.
I
So
believe there's more to it than that.
you take
There is. There's
Full
the end part,
control.
but that's a later problem.
The ominous sentence.
you take full control of the narrative in this moment. I
Mm-hmm.
will let you know what consequences arise, and after this, you will permanently lock one label.
Mm-hmm.
You have changed. Some part of you has become set in stone, and you can only unlock your moment of truth a second time through advancements. So, what? Paint a word picture.
Yeah, so she does the whole like ready set go like runners like when they're gonna do their sprints, like so she's in this like kind of crouched position and then like just counts down 3, 2, 1 and just launches herself just into the ether. And I imagine that at that time Elena and Sylvia are like and Thistle are adding their mojo to it. She's just going to come at the ether like she is busting down a door.
Okay.
Oh,
What?
I don't like this music.
What does?
Perfect. You don't like what's
Oh,
happening either.
Are you creating a similar portal to the one that you came through?
And she's thinking, "There's no place like home." She's got the Wizard
Put
of
your
Oz
heels
in her
together.
head.
Okay.
She's
Pay no attention
imagining
to the
ruby
man behind the
slippers on her
curtain.
feet and
Okay. So this portal that you open is, I imagine, a lot more. The edges of it are not as smooth as the first one was. It's not like pretty much a perfect circle. It is very
I imagine it's got cracks, like
Yeah.
and it
Lots
looks
of
like
cracks
I
and
went
very,
through a
like,
window.
jarred edges surrounding it. And instead of the deep purple that the first one had sent, like the tunnel of energy that you saw, this one is probably an electric blue similar to the calamity symbol behind you.
Eyeballs.
And you can feel emanating from this portal is a very strong wind that is beginning to grow in power, and there's probably little like sparks of electricity that are jumping out of this. So
I think we should hurry up and go.
Yeah.
Also, it does say that my consequences are now the people who changed you know exactly where to find you.
Ooh,
That's what it
it's
says.
a
My
future
consequences
Roxy
are.
problem.
Future
Yeah,
Roxy
that's
problem.
a future Roxy problem, not a
Yep.
now Roxy problem.
We'll demolish that bridge when we get to it.
That's fine.
Don't
God.
forget though.
Uh,
Don't forget you get to lock a label.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
what-
lock
That is
danger
stuff.
at 3.
Ooh,
Okay.
Yeah.
Danger girl.
Yep. And Roxy's just gonna walk over, put the IV back in her and say, "I'm gonna grab Sarah just because I'm the strongest, so hopefully I can like keep her safer, stabler
I
through
trust
the
you.
portal, if that's okay with you, Sarah."
yeah, let's just
do this.
Let's go.
When we get to the other
Sylvie
side, maybe
probably
Sylvie can heal you all the
moves
way.
in lockstep with Roxy then because she knows like
Yep.
she
She's gonna
should
have
be
to
going
there.
through immediately.
Stag right behind Sylvie.
Yeah.
Yeah. We go in as a big group. Or I guess maybe Sylvie and the stag can go first, and then Roxy and Sarah will go, and then
Yeah.
Cynthia goes right after Sarah because
Yes.
yeah.
That way
Yeah.
Sylvie, if there's something on the other side, can at least try
Be
and
prepared.
take it out.
yeah,
Or at least get it away.
do something. Pheromone it.
I feel like has Elena gone through yet?
Nope.
No.
I feel like
Elena and Joe
does-
are the two left.
Yeah. Elena does see a
Dramatic.
moment of hesitation from Joe as he's again looking at that picture of him and his parents.
She's gonna offer her hand. Ready to go home? You've kind of mucked around here for a little bit too long.
Yeah. He takes her hand, and it's clear to see he's got misty eyes.
She'll lead him through the portal.
Two of you head inside and disappear in a flash of blue light as more electricity sparks around this portal before the cracks seem to fuse together and this portal shrinks and disappears once more. And the wind dies down, a few leftover like pieces of paper and trash settling after they were being blown around. And
Don't like that.
I don't like that either. We were in the parasite world. She just tore a fucking portal in all of our imaginations and took us back to our bodies.
does anyone have anything they have to be done early for?
No.
No.
Not this week.
No, I think I'm okay.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Joe?
No.
Shit.
You wake up and see a ceiling fan lazily rotating above you.
Oh, not again. Sit up.
Sit up in a little jolt of panic and look around. And you see that you are in what is very clearly a motel room.
Oh. I immediately like check myself over. Like, how am I dressed?
You are dressed in some like loose sweatpants and a t-shirt. You recognize them as being your clothes, something that you would probably sleep in.
Okay. Try to change.
You can do it without issue.
Okay. Start checking my pockets.
You don't find anything in your immediate pockets, but you do spot a duffel bag that is sitting in one of the little chairs in the room and search through it, and you can find your wallet and like the checkbook that you have.
Like the one I have in like our Halcyon.
Yes.
Okay.
You also find your car keys.
I step outside. Is it like daytime?
It's getting into the evening. It's like probably the sun recently went down. Looking overhead, you can see that the stars are shining very clearly in the sky. More clearly than they would in Halcyon. The air is fairly warm, but has a bit of a chill to it. And you recognize, well, it takes a little bit, but you recognize the town that you're in being nearby your dad's house.
Okay. Okay.
Also, standing from this view of the motel, not really balcony, but walkway outside of your door, you do see the rocket parked in the parking lot.
I feel like Joe double checks inside of his head. Are the werewolf instincts back?
Mhm.
Okay, is this real? Okay.
You hear a little moan from behind you.
Whip around. Hello?
It's me. And then I think coming into existence is a very queasy looking thistle just crawling across the comforter on the bed.
Okay, so you're still here. Are we back?
Yep. Yeah.
Why the hell are we in Arizona?
I think
Okay.
do you have any water?
Starts like looking around the motel room for like one of those little plastic cups.
Yeah, you can find one. Fill it up from the sink.
Yep. Here.
She like struggles up and grips the edge of the cup and kind of like leans into it to take a sip and just kind of like hangs on the edge a little bit, like, ugh. That was awful.
Okay. So we're back. Oh shit, body swap. Oh my god. Oh, I really hope I didn't kill anybody. Oh.
As he picks a human finger bone out of his teeth.
Oh, no.
No.
Does your body count match Sylvie's? Is the question at this point.
Probably never know. In neither way.
I need where's the phone? I need a phone. Start like trying to desperately find a phone.
There is not a phone in this hotel room, but probably from your knowledge, you would expect that the main office would have one.
Yep, to the main office.
Okay. You can frantically hop and pull on your shoes, and this is just like, hang on, wait, never mind, go without me.
I'll be back in a minute.
Lays back down, and you can race down the stairs and head towards the main office.
As I'm doing so, Joe has a thought, sort of skids to a stop, and I rush to the rocket.
Okay.
Is my costume in there?
No.
It's...
Would you, well, because I know you started carrying one with you, would you keep a spare in the rocket at all times?
I don't think Joe would have had a thought to keep a spare costume.
Okay, then no. There's no costume.
Okay. Yeah, then rush to the main office.
Okay. You can get there. There's a tired-looking woman who's behind the desk as you just like burst through the door.
Hi, hello, do you know me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I need a phone.
She just points to the payphone that's on the wall, like right over your shoulder.
Do you have change for a 5?
Yes, sweetheart. She'll just like take it and open the register and dole out some change.
I feel like the whole time Joe's just like tapping the counter. It's like, oh god. And I run to the payphone, and I rapidly dial in, God, Would I know the number to the penthouse? I probably don't know the number to the penthouse. I'm gonna try to call the DeMarcos.
Okay. You guess what song and dance is back? Are told that you have to wait for an interstate line to be set up. So they'll call you
The
back
wonders of pre-modern phone calls.
in an hour or so.
Just sitting there like nervous tapping his foot, just come on, come on.
Okay. Meanwhile. Ooh. Who do I want to talk to next?
Dear God, where's Sylvie going?
Roxy.
What?
There is a flash of light, and you nearly stumble with the jolt of the impact just because it's so unexpected, and probably jostle Sarah a little bit in your arms, and she gives out a groan of pain.
I'm sorry.
But the light clears, and immediately you notice, compared to when you left, there's an uncharacteristic chill in the air. And looking around, you see the cityscape of Halcyon around you, and you are on top of the museum.
God, we're home, Sarah. Where's Sylvie? You start looking her up for Sylvie to heal Sarah up the rest of the way.
There is no one else on the rooftop with you.
All right. Well, this is gonna. All right. Hold on tight.
Wait, what are you doing?
Hopefully not gonna kill us. You know what? Why don't you just wait here for a hot second while I figure out if I still got powers. She just sets Sarah down gingerly.
Yeah, there's still, a little bit of like grunting, but it's manageable.
She's looking for something heavy to try to lift.
I don't know if there's anything on this rooftop that you could lift.
Gonna try to really carefully jump very high.
Okay. I imagine after having your powers dampened for so long, it's a little more forcefully than you would have liked, but you don't cause any
major
collateral
structural damage.
Yes.
I've definitely cracked a few more tiles on the roof, but
yeah, a little bit.
All right, we're good. All right.
Okay.
She picks up Sarah again and she says, "Hold on tight. All right. I'm gonna make this as gentle as possible." And she just goes to the edge of the roof and she jumps to try to land, like either with her, if she can't land on her feet, landing like so that she's taking the brunt of the fall.
I'd say you can, with the distance, you can time it where you're going to land on your feet, but there's still a little bit of like a dip and back up to absorb the impact, which Sarah just kind of
Sarah
grits her teeth through.
That's the last jostling I'm gonna do. Let's get you to Cynthia's this clinic now. Maybe I don't know where Sylvia is. We'll have to find them later, but right now I think you might be the priority, and Cynthia would want me to make you the priority. So she just starts gently walking in the direction of the clinic to find Cynthia's sister.
Okay. You know where the clinic is and can find it. What's it called? Helping Hands Clinic? Yeah. Find this clinic. Same spot as it was in the other world, but just has a different name. Probably as you are approaching, you can see through the windows that they are closing up for the night. So
Roxy just starts knocking like the Sheldon Cooper knock, like, Dr. Anderson, Dr. Anderson, Dr. Anderson, Dr. Anderson, Dr. Anderson, Dr. Anderson.
This woman who has a resemblance to Cynthia comes over and opens the door and looks at the two of you.
She needs your help.
She's like, And Sarah just lifts a hand and like waves weakly, and she's like, "Oh, okay, sure, come in." And she'll stand to the side and hold the door open. Bring her through the gate to the back. There should be a bed in the first room on the right, and she will lock the door behind you to make sure no one else like slips in while they're busy. And as she's following you, it's like, what's going on? What happened here?
So many things.
And
so very many things. But right now, what's important is that she took a little bit of slicey whip damage, and we gotta stabilize mostly. I think she's been stitched up. Roxy points to the IV. We had on fluids, but
okay.
It's a long story, but we didn't have access to Palace where we were.
Okay, yeah, just get her settled on the bed here. And you can sit her down on the bed. Let's take care of this, and then we can do the paper brick later. And she says, I'm going to start by getting this IV out of you, since you probably fine without it at this point and not going to need it for much longer. And she pulls on some rubber gloves and gently like grabs a band and gently removes the IV, and then cleans up the prick and places the band-aid over it before kind of tossing the IV bag a little unceremoniously onto the counter behind her. And then she pulls off the rubber gloves and tosses them in the bin before like hovering her hands over Sarah's gown and looks at Sarah. It's like, may I? She's like, okay, yeah. And pulls up the gown, and you can see that there is like a heavy layer of bandages around her stomach. And Rebecca starts to gently pull what she can back, and then since it's wrapped largely around her midsection, does get some scissors and begins to cut through the dressings and pull them to the sides. And you can see as her stomach is being exposed, there are like a lot of stitches.
Oh, rough.
Pretty much like through the center of her midsection.
Yeah.
Sarah just presses her head into the pillow behind her and closes her eyes, and this soft glow just begins to emanate from Rebecca's hands as she holds them over her midsection. And at first there is no real change, but eventually the skin begins to more concisely stitch itself back together as the actual sutures sort of just like are gently like extracted and fall to the side. And a few moments pass before the glow fades and Rebecca steps back, and it's just like, how do you feel? Sarah very carefully like places a hand on her stomach just to check, like physically check and make sure everything's in place before gently starting to sit up. And she tenses a little bit and grimaces and says, a little sore. And Rebecca will get a hand on her shoulder and help her sit up and say, that's normal and understandable considering the extent of the damage, but everything internally should be healed without an issue. Might be, if you're up for it, a good idea to stay here for observation for a little bit just to make sure there are no adverse side effects. But if you are going somewhere where you will have decent observation and someone who could take you to the hospital if something were to happen, that would be another option.
She could come to the penthouse with me. Oh, I'm Roxy, and by the way, I'm dating your sister.
Oh, all right. I
By
didn't
the way,
know.
could I call her?
Just she's actually been staying in the guest bedroom at my house, but I can give you the number for
What?
there.
Interesting. Great. So sure, we could try to call there. No big deal. Totally normal.
And just give me 1 minute. She turns to Sarah and is like, "Do you want anything to drink? If you're hungry, I could give you some crackers or something light." And Sarah's just like, I think some water would be fine. And Rebecca will take care of that. And I will say, now that you have a bit of time to take stock of everything, it does stand out that Sarah is dressed as she was when you left the previous world, but you are still wearing your costume.
That's weird. Anyways,
more on that later.
Was Roxy wearing her costume when we first left our reality?
Mm-hmm.
But we can, yeah.
I mean, so was I, but I woke up in a motel room.
Rebecca,
yeah, your body snatcher wasn't wearing the same clothes, apparently.
Rebecca will take care of Sarah and just leave her to rest for a little bit before taking you up front where the phone is located, and will dial the number for her house, and just sort of waits, and it gets picked up, and she's like, "Thomas, do you mind going to get Cynthia? One of her friends is at the clinic and was wanting to talk to her." And she, like, there's a few ahums and nods and everything before she turns and holds the receiver out to you and says, he's going to get her, so it should just be a few moments.
Thanks.
Meanwhile,
next person.
Cynthia.
Hello.
You are awoken by the sound of a knock on the door. You wake up and look around at your surroundings, and I'd imagine you've been to your sister's house before and know the layout. Yeah, you would recognize this as the spare bedroom in her house.
The exact expression Cynthia makes, pretty much. It's gonna be weird. Gets up. What am I wearing?
Pajamas.
Okay. We're opening the bedroom door, I guess.
Thomas is standing there, also wearing casual clothes for the evening, and he says, "Sorry to disturb you, Cynthia, but there's a phone call for you, actually. Apparently one of your friends is at Rebecca's clinic."
Oh, yeah. Thank you for telling me.
Sure. The receiver's just on the table if you want to go pick it up.
Just go pick it up.
Cynthia. Oh my
Noxie.
gosh, thank God. Thank God I found you.
Are you okay?
I'm okay. I brought Sarah. Sarah and me came through together because I was holding on to her. And I brought her to your sister's clinic, and your sister healed her. So she's a little sore, but she's doing okay. Your sister thinks she should stay for observation, or she needs to stay with somebody who could get her to the hospital quickly. So I would prefer not to leave her alone, just because I
am getting dressed and going there.
Great. Do you have a car with you?
I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Okay. Can you come pick us up, please?
Yes.
And then we can find the others, whatever. But just so you know, Sarah's okay. I'm okay. I'm still wearing my costume. And I kind of told your sister that we're dating. So
she can know. It's fine.
Okay, good.
Thank you. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, no problem. I'm glad she knew where you were because I was gonna call the penthouse, to be honest.
I would love to know why I'm here.
She said you've been staying there a couple months, so I'm concerned about how time works. But that's a later problem. Maybe for now we just get everybody together and then assess the situation.
I need to go check in with some people.
Yeah, let's all get together and then we can go to the penthouse and then everybody knows to go to the penthouse, right? So
worst comes to worst, we know where they live.
Yeah, we can call Elena's house and hopefully Sylvie's with her.
Okay. First things first, I'm coming to you.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Do you want me to call Elena while you're doing that? Or anybody else?
See if you can get in touch, please.
Yeah, Elena.
Yeah. Let's start with Elena.
And then I'll call Joe.
Sylvie might be staying with her, unclear.
Yeah, I could call Uncle Paulie and see if he's seen Sylvie lately.
If time has passed and we are in other places.
I think we had body snatches. I think we traded places with Universe, other people. That's really unfortunate for that, Roxy. Because I didn't go to any classes or do anything I was supposed to that whole time that we were gone.
We weren't there for very long. But
yeah,
if more time's passed here.
Oh, they probably ruined our lives way harder than we ruined their lives.
Nothing I can't fix.
Fair. All right. I'll see you shortly. I'm going to call Elena.
Do you think the chances are that Joe is still in house one?
Well, I haven't thought about that yet, but
who lives in fucking Arizona.
If there was other Joe, he would probably try to go home and then be sadly disappointed because that's not where his mother is. I don't know where Joe's father is, but
presumably in Arizona.
Who knows at this point? I don't know. It's not me. I'm not the person
I think
who knows.
I know an address. Doesn't say anything.
That's weird. Maybe I could look it up in the phone book.
She didn't say it out loud.
Oh, I thought you said it out loud. I was like,
something letter, something.
Arizona phone book in this clinic.
It's more like I might have an idea of where to call if it comes to it, but I'll come to you. Okay.
Okay. I'll see you shortly.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're safe.
I'm glad you're safe.
Yeah.
And thank you for bringing Sarah there.
Yeah. I jostled her a little because we had to jump off the museum, so I didn't. Yeah, she's fine. She's fine. She just saw. Okay. Your sister healed all the internal damage, and it looked like she healed all the external damage. The stitches fell out, and she's doing a lot better.
Okay.
I think Sylvie stabilized her enough just to travel through the portal and me to get her to heal her to your sister right away. So I'll see you shortly. I'm going to call Elena and then I'll call Joe's dorm and at least be able to see if that's where he is. If that's not where he is, then we'll find out. We'll figure that out when we
Worst comes to worst, we can talk to Henry.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll see you soon.
Yep.
And Cynthia hangs up, and I don't know if Thomas went back to bed or anything, but
no, let's say he's got a book and he's like reading on the couch in the living room.
She's just gonna say, so my friend brought another friend of mine to the clinic, and I kind of need to go see them because right, I'm gonna get dressed.
Sure. Do you want to borrow my car?
I would love to borrow your car, actually. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. You can go.
Immediately assumes, okay, so my car's not here.
You can go. You can go get changed. There's an assortment of your clothes here, so you can put something more comfortable on.
Puts it on. I'm gonna do a quick check of the room to see if I have any uniform or anything stashed in here.
You do not.
Okay, good to know. Go out, presumably retrieve the car keys from Thomas,
Yep.
And probably not a car that this me has driven before, but
It's another one of those sensible cars.
we'll make it work. Okay, so she's gonna drive to the clinic.
All right. While you are doing that, Roxy can call the Diedrich. Nope, the Howell residence.
The Howell residence.
The small estate. You can call it the small estate.
I'd like to call the small estate, and then when Bertram answers, be super nervous. Oh, I forgot how scary he is.
Sense your fear over the phone.
Bertram says, Howell residence.
Hi, Bertram. Is Elena?
I believe that she's up in her room. Would you like me to get her for you?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Give me a few moments. And a few moments later, there is a knock on Elena's door. And Elena, you wake up and see that you were in your room in the small estate.
Nice fancy blue velvet furniture and everything.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna check for her necklace.
It's there.
There's somewhere. And she'll go answer the door.
Okay. Bertram is standing there. It says, Elena, sorry to disturb you, but there is a phone call for you. Roxy is on the line.
Oh, yeah. Danke, Bertram. And she'll go to the nearest phone and...
You can go pick it up.
Roxy?
Elena. Oh my God, I'm so happy you're home. Oh, I was so worried.
Yes.
Okay,
There's
so
somewhere.
yeah, I ended up on the museum roof with Sarah, and then I got into the clinic to Cynthia's sister's clinic so that she could get healed. So she's healed now. Cynthia's coming to get us.
That's good.
Let's meet at the penthouse. I think we're going to the penthouse. I'm not sure what exactly.
Do you know the Joe or Sylvia?
No, is Sylvie with you?
She's just gonna look around for any
Can you check her
signs.
room? Does she have a room there? I don't know what the deal is.
Yeah, she'll check the room Sylvia's stays in.
You can put down the phone and go to look at the room. And do you knock on the door or just open it?
No wireless receivers in this day and age.
Nope.
She'll knock first.
All right. Sylvie, you are woken by a knock. You look up and find you are in your room in the small estate.
So there isn't an immediate power reaction because she recognizes this place. But there may or may, like, I'm sure there's plants nearby, and she does have one primed to attack if something weird comes through the door. But she'll say, or she'll be like, yes.
Sylvie? And she'll just like throw the door open.
Oh
We did it.
Yes.
Maybe. I don't know
it.
where Joe is, but Roxy is
Everyone-
on the line.
Okay and alive so far.
So far, everybody is okay in the lives that we know of.
Good. Let's go convene with Roxy and see what the plan is.
All right.
Go back to the line and do the whole mush faces on
Yep.
the phone.
Yeah, we've been doing a
Yes.
lot of bush facing on the phone.
I
All
love
right.
it.
So Cynthia's coming to get me, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna go to the penthouse, and then but I'm gonna call Joe after this. But can either Bertram give you a ride, or maybe the stag is there, so you can ride over to the penthouse
Pretty
on the
sure
bike?
we have at least one of our vehicles here.
Elena's gonna look out the window
To see if the bike's there.
just to look out the window and see what's out there.
The bike is eating grass.
You see, the small estate looks as you remember it. You see Halcyon City. You see an ominously parked bike in the driveway.
Ominously parked.
How many
Yes.
obviously park bike?
I love it.
Ask the stag.
Okay, and then you add those little kanji for menacing behind it.
Yes.
Yeah, Toby is here. What do we
Toby
call the stag now?
Is that the stag's name?
The bike?
I don't know.
The bike
Can
is
you
wearing a
meet
collar
us
that
over
says
at the
Toby.
penthouse? Cynthia's gonna come get us, and we're gonna go to the penthouse. I'm pretty sure, because she was staying at her sister's for a couple months. We have to talk about the fact that there's been a time
We may
loop.
have been body snatched. Also,
I'm
yeah.
pretty sure we will. I don't think I got body snatched though, because I was just on the museum roof, and I'm still wearing the same thing that when I left, and Sarah's wearing the same thing as when she left.
Is there two Roxy's now?
Oh shit, that would be.
We're
so
gonna
good.
call your
Sylvie's
house.
gonna walk out and ask Bertram what we've done in the past couple months.
I will
Have
call
we-
your house, and I don't know what to tell your mother. Oh no.
Bertram looks a little skeptical. He's just like,
Sylvie though, so I feel like Bertram's used to weird shit
You-
coming out of her mouth.
the two of you have been rather confused the past couple of months, not really recognizing most of the staff or Natalie and Jim, but they've been Natalie was very helpful regardless and said that you should stay here until you figure things out. She's been on a mission trying to track down both of your parents. Or
Sylvie just looks
whatever
utterly terrified, and she's like, "It's okay, it's okay." We have, I'm working on that. She doesn't need to worry about it anymore.
Her parents and Sweden.
I will talk with her later about everything that has been going on. But please, if you see her, please tell her she needn't worry about it anymore.
all right. Would you the two of you are up in a bit of a rush. Would you like me to get you anything to eat or drink?
One of our friends has a slight girl emergency that we need to go address. We'll be eating at the penthouse.
Will you be back this evening, or should I let Natalie know to expect you tomorrow?
What day of the week is it?
Are you trying to infer that, or do you ask Bertram?
She'll look at it for a calendar. There's like a calendar, I'm sure, by the phone for like, appointments.
It looks to be Friday.
Okay. Well, she can't call the DeMarcos and say that she won't be there for family dinner because it's not Sunday.
What month?
Oh yeah, what month?
November.
Oh shit! Oh, and we left
2
in
months.
September.
Yeah.
Oh man, Joe,
Like, right
your
at the-
relationship is fucked
Oh,
up.
dear God.
I'm
At least all my girlfriends came with
terrified
me
for
to the other
multiple
world.
reasons at this point.
This is why I've been
much
so
for
excited.
college.
Joe is about to have an imminent panic attack.
He doesn't know it yet. He doesn't know it's November.
Doesn't know
Not
yet,
yet.
but there are some
Arizona,
things.
November, and September look exactly the same. It's fine.
We might need jackets. If we take the bike, it is going to be very chilly out.
Yeah.
I'm going to call the DeMarcos.
And
Have you
Roxy will
done-
call Joe's dorm room, and I assume nobody answers, or
Nobody answers in Joe's dorm room.
okay.
But Elena, you can call the DeMarcos.
Mm-hmm.
And the phone picks up, and Mama DeMarco says, "Hello, DeMarco residents."
Hello, Mama DeMarco. This is Elena. Is Roxy home? We were supposed to meet her somewhere. And I don't know if she's left yet, but I was going to ask her for a ride, and I forgot to. So if she was home. If
Oh,
not, I will.
Elena, so nice to hear from you. It's been so long. I was starting to think that you and Roxy weren't friends anymore, but Yeah, she's home. I can go get her and bring her to the phone.
There's two Roxy's. God damn it. Oh, yeah, that would be perfect.
Oh, sure, 1 second, dear. And you hear there's a little thump as the phone gets set down, and you hear, because they're so loud, Mama Jamarka's voice say, Roxy, you have a call on the phone from someone from Elena. She just wanted to check in. Apparently you're going out tonight. Why didn't you tell me? And then there's some little like murmurs of conversation before the line picks up, and you hear Roxy's voice say, "Hello."
Roxy's.
Oh boy.
Sylvie's seeing this look of panic across the room and is immediately back up by the phone. Her own existential
You are
crisis
probably very
aside.
confused. Probably just as much as we are.
My mama said your name was Elena.
Yep. Sorry, Roxy, please remind me, what was your major in school again?
Didn't go to school.
Oh, this is a different Roxy. Great. Okay.
Do you know me from somewhere?
Yeah. Bertram, we're going to need a car. This is going to sound absolutely crazy, but we will be in your house shortly, and you can meet us and then decide if you would like to come with us. If not, you can stay at your house. And
How do you know where I live?
well, we are very, very good friends with your brother Tony, and by association, we are very, very good friends with you. And in a different reality, we are dating, but that's not this reality. So this is going. I don't know anymore.
I mean, if you're
There's
such
a
good friends with
lot.
Tony, I could get Tony for you if you want to talk to him.
I don't feel like talking with Tony is going
It's
to
not
get
gonna
us
help
anywhere.
because he's just gonna think Roxy's being weird.
And then I'm on the phone, so it's not going to help at all.
Yeah.
He can't smell you through the phone.
But I've also been ignoring him for 2 months.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, even better. She'll give this Roxy an address. Could you please tell Tony to meet Sylvie and Elena at this address, the penthouse? I'm assuming he knows where it is. Does he know where it is? He knows it's an apartment, doesn't he? Yeah.
Tony has never been to the penthouse.
He might know it exists, but
I mean, Roxy's probably mentioned staying at the penthouse.
Oh my god.
I'd imagine. Yes, no.
a few times.
Yeah.
So
I
he
don't know
knows-
if he's ever visited though.
She moved from Tony's house to the penthouse.
Oh.
He wouldn't. I mean, he would know she stays at a penthouse because doesn't live with him and isn't at the parents' house.
Yeah.
But I highly doubt he ever would have been invited there.
No, because we didn't piece together Joe yet. So.
Yeah. So if you want to hand over the address to the penthouse, she can take it down. And she'll say, sure.
This, oh boy. Thank you. And she's just gonna hang up.
Okay.
So
We have
how-
2 Roxys.
Is it 2 or is it more than 2 Roxys?
At least 2. This Roxy has not been to
10
school.
Roxy's.
And the other
Oops, all
Roxy
Roxy's.
Oh, no.
was in school, but maybe now that she is here, she has decided to not. I don't know. But Tony's going to meet us at the penthouse, and he'll be able to say if whether or not Roxy has been acting weird. And hopefully we get there before Roxy gets there. Because Roxy might just give him the address that he'll be like, why are you here? But like Tony.
Yeah.
Gabagool.
Yeah. I'm gonna say we should take the stag instead of waiting for Bertram.
Mm-hmm.
Bertram drives slow.
She's gonna get dress for the weather and
Sylvie is in typical Sylvie attire. She's missing suits, but it's fine.
She'll get them.
Get her some
One
later.
of these days.
Yeah.
She'll get those suits.
Natalie will be so happy to design
We
you
will
some
find this villain and take his fucking
Tailored,
suits.
properly tailored suits.
Yeah. Natalie will give you a
Ah.
whole collection of bespoke
new
suits.
chapter.
Yeah,
for
no,
new
Sylvie
things.
does
Yes.
leave a note that says, "Hey, Natalie, suits?" question mark, and leaves it on the kitchen counter.
Oh my god.
We will be back tomorrow, but
Yeah, tomorrow.
hope yes, tomorrow. Not
I'll
hopefully. That would
let
be ridiculous.
Natalie know when she gets up in the morning.
Oh boy.
Yeah. We're gonna bring your mom a lot of flowers. Like a lot of flowers.
Roxy's
Nice.
gonna try to call Henry now.
Roxy's.
Would Roxy have Henry's number?
It's the dorm, so I assume that there's a phone book and she can just dial the dorm and then ask for Henry.
They would have like extensions. They'd probably send somebody to go knock on the door.
Sure. You can dial the main dorm and the usual like dorm mom answers it and
Deborah.
Deborah answers it and is just like this is the Siegel University women's dorm. What can I do for you?
Hey, I'm looking for Henry Johnson.
Who may I
Could you
ask?
connect me to her or extension, or like give me the extension because I gotta talk to her. It's really important.
Who's calling?
And Roxy DeMarco.
Give me one moment. She'll basically put you on a hold. And phone things happen in the background. And then the phone line connects again and Deborah says, she's willing to take your call. I'll patch you through.
Okay, thank you so much.
And there's
Have
like,
a lovely day. Night, whatever.
and there's like a pause. Well, thank you. You
You're
too.
welcome.
She does not get enough respect.
Yeah.
But then there's like more weird phone things and clicks happening, and you get patched through. It rings a couple times, and then the line picks up.
Henry?
Roxy, this is surprising.
Are you okay? Do you know where Joe is?
Why would I know where he is?
Why wouldn't you know where he is? You're dating him.
I thought I was.
What do you mean you thought you were?
Till he just picked up and left. Without a word.
Do you know where he went? Oh, yeah, without a word. He probably didn't tell you where he went then, huh?
Nope.
Was he weird before he left?
Yeah.
Body snatches. I'm gonna tell you already know, like, right? Like, you know, right? Like, you know, right?
You know, right?
You know the thing.
Yes.
Okay. Here's a short story that is going to sound really messed up, but so long story short, Cynthia's friend was in some trouble and she got like portaled into another reality, and then in order to find her, we all got together, and then I tore a rip in where the portal was in space and time, and I took us to that reality. And then I think that maybe that reality's Joe got put in this reality Joe's body. So I think it was a different Joe, if that helps you at all. But we're back because I ripped time and space again and got us back. And Cynthia's friend is okay, if you were wondering.
There's a long pause on the line, and you just hear her sigh. Says, "Is there anything else you needed?"
Well, I was mostly looking for Joe. Are you okay? Like, you sound really dejected.
I'm getting better.
Okay, so hypothetically, if Joe came back and was like the same as he was before he got weird, would you guys be okay?
I don't think so. Because assuming that all of what you just told me is accurate and true, he was still hiding things from me before he left.
Oh, what was he hiding from you?
I'm not sure I really want to go into it right now.
Okay, well, can we get coffee soon and just like catch up? Because like I feel like even if you and Joe don't date, I still want to be your friend, okay? And I'm still here for you. Also, he's on my last nerve, so.
Thanks, Roxy.
I mean, not, I still care about him and everything. He can be very only childish. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but he's very used to his own bubble and doesn't always think about what other people are going through, you know?
Yeah.
But I think he means well. I just think that he shows his love in a different way, and he's not good at communication. I think that could use some work. If it would make you feel better, I can lock him in a room with Grandpa Les. Or put his car on a roof somewhere.
I don't know if that'll really make me feel better, but
Is there anything that I can do to make you feel better?
I'm not sure. If I think of
Okay.
something, I'll let you know.
Do you have the number at the penthouse?
No.
Oh, Roxy checks her pockets to see if she has her communicator. Because she had it when she went through.
You do.
Do you still have the communicator that Cynthia gave you?
Yeah.
Well, you could reach me there, but I'm also going to give you the penthouse number. So she'll tell 8675309 or whatever.
Yeah. Pennsylvania 65000.
Whatever the number is at the penthouse, she'll give it to. But we have a few like fires that we got to put out because apparently we've had body snatches doing stuff, whatever. And we're a little worried about that. But I am worried about you too, Henry. So I'd like to get together, even if you don't want Joe to be there. I'd like to get together with you. And
I don't really want to see him in any capacity right now.
oh, that's understandable. But I don't want you to feel alone or like you don't have friends to talk to about things,
Yeah. Thank you, Roxy.
You're welcome. Okay, Henry. Take care. And do you want me to update you when we find Joe, or would you just rather not talk about Joe right now? Or like,
Don't really want to touch that right now.
that's fair. Okay. Well, you take care, sleep good, be good to yourself, and I will talk to you soon. And if you need anything, you can just reach me directly on that communicator that he gave you.
Okay.
Or that Cynthia made for you.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, day or night. I got the communicator. It's in my pocket. I'm very proud. I brought it back through the portal. Responsibility. All right. Take care. Good night.
Okay.
So she hangs up.
Yep.
And she's like, oh, it's not good. Okay. And then she assumes that Cynthia's going to be there soon because they've been.
Yeah, with all the phone calls and stuff. And I imagine Thomas and Rebecca's house is not far from the clinic. So probably gets there as you're hanging up from the phone with Henry.
Yeah. And so, oh God.
Probably.
Joe's going to call alternate reality Roxy.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
And Tony's not even going to be there to intervene. So I imagine Cynthia hops out of the car and runs over to like open the door, but it's locked and just starts knocking. And the phone is in the front area anyway, so you can Roxy, you can see her and like go over and unlock the door and let her in.
Yeah, you're on mute.
Yeah, Bree, you were muted.
Okay, good to know. That's also what it sounded like with Cynthia on the other side of the door.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's just acting out like the. Roxy immediately puts her arms around Cynthia.
Yeah, no, Cynthia
gives
hugs
her
her
a kiss.
immediately.
Like,
God.
So I have some bad news. It's mostly for Joe. I'm pretty sure Body Snatcher Joe ruined his life. So
in what way?
Took off without saying anything to Henry, and Henry sounds like she might be done with Joe. I tried to tell her what happened, and why he was weird and what happened, but she's still pretty mad. Apparently he lied about some things to her, so.
Oh boy. I'd like to preface this by saying that I know this is not about me, but he's gonna kill me.
What did you do to him?
I asked him to come through the portal, and he's going to blame all of his problems with Henry on that and not the fact that he was lying to her about shit.
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean,
I'm not going to think about it right now.
You know what? Joe's a later problem. I'm pretty sure he's in Arizona, though. I think you might be right.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he's in Arizona. So,
well, fucking fantastic. Where's Bex?
She's back with Sarah. So
okay, thank you.
Yeah,
And,
she's just checking on her and everything, and
Cynthia goes right back.
Yeah.
You find him in it's the only other room with like a light on and the door is open, and you can head in there, and I imagine there's probably like some spare clothes or something in the clinic. So Rebecca's just trying to find something that Sarah could wear out so she doesn't have to be in the stupid hospital gown.
Mm-hmm.
Bex, has somebody been piloting my body for the last 2 months?
If that explains all the weird behavior, sure.
Body snatches.
Alternate
Roxy just
reality.
says matter-of-factly.
Went through a portal. Alternate reality. Didn't have powers there. Just got back. It only took a few days on the other side. I'm guessing that's not the case here. Anything I said in the last 2 months, that was somebody else. I'm going to be putting out fires for a long time.
Do you want to hear about them now or later?
Tell me now.
Roxy just holds Cynthia's hand because she's like knowing that Cynthia's gonna like possibly freak out. Maybe not. We'll see.
Went back to Mom and Dad's house.
Oh
God.
No. Roxy's already just face palming, like, oh no.
It didn't last long before you came to me, wondering why
Sounds about right.
they were being mean to you. And I offered to let you stay in the guest room.
Okay. That's fun fact. In the other reality where I don't have powers, apparently They get along great with me. Must be nice. But you haven't talked to Catherine Barnett at all, have you?
Your boss?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. I'll figure that out.
Can I use the bathroom real quick? She just remembers that she has her communicator and she can call
Uh.
Hecate.
Sure. Yeah. Just down the hallway.
Awesome. I'll be right back. And then she just like kind of like slyly behind his back shows the communicator.
I feel like Hecate's like, no random late night messages from Sylvie talking about blue. Something's off.
Body snatchers.
So yeah, that's about what I expected to happen. I'm gonna be moving back into the penthouse. Thank you for giving a place to stay to other me.
Not a problem.
I know this is kind of a lot. I'm sorry.
Only in Halcyon.
Oh my goodness. Shit. I didn't blow anything up telekinetically, did I?
No.
Excellent. Okay. Right. Okay. Turns to Sarah. We need to talk to the boss.
Roxy's already on it.
Oh God.
She's in the bathroom and she's like, she called Hecate.
I need to go get Roxy
Hecate.
before she says things.
Hecate.
Okay.
Hecate.
God.
It's Calamity.
There's
Hecate, you there?
there's a crackle on the line before Hecate's voice comes through and says, Calamity?
Yeah, it's Calamity. Guess what? We're back. Also, blue tastes like electricity and the wind and
Wait.
rain on a summer day.
What? Hang on. Back from where?
The portal.
What portal?
Oh shit.
May I ask who's speaking right now?
This is Hecate.
What do you mean, what portal? You were there when I opened the portal.
I do not remember seeing you open any portal.
Do you know who I am?
Yes, and you haven't patrolled for a few months.
Yeah, that's because we were in the other world getting Sarah back.
Who's Sarah?
Oh shit.
Oh no. They got you too. You got a body snatcher too, don't you?
What are you talking? Body snatchers?
Hecate, meet us at the penthouse, all right? You know what? You gotta
I
talk
will
to
meet
Cynthia.
you
I can't.
in the bunker.
What the fuck is a bunker?
What?
Hold on, Hecate. You gotta talk to Echo, all right? I can't do this right now because you'd saying all these words I don't understand, and I'm so confused. But all right. She just opens the door, and I assume Echo, like Cynthia's like ready to like bust
Did I hear this?
You probably heard Roxy's half of the conversation.
You gotta talk to her. She doesn't know what the fuck is going on.
Okay. Is this Hecate?
This is Hecate.
Do you know who Echo is?
Yes. It's been a few months, but yes.
Oh shit, we're in trouble.
In what capacity do you know Echo?
We worked together in multiple aspects, in and out of costume. I helped you get a better grasp of your powers.
So you remember this.
Yes.
And you don't remember a portal.
What portal?
Do I remember what day it was that we would have left?
Yeah, because to you it wasn't that long. We can just say it was like September 3rd.
I don't know what your logs say, but on September 3rd, looks over her shoulder, Parhelia got kind of injured and sucked into a portal, and I went through to go get her, and now we are back. And if you don't remember this, something's gone very wrong. I would love to know what your records from September 3rd say.
She got a memory wipe.
Should the name Parhelia be familiar to me?
It should. It very much should. Is the name Hyperion familiar to you? And say good familiar.
Yes. I know Hyperion.
Okay. I think we're dealing with reality displacement centered around somebody that you should know very well and do not. Okay. I need to get my team together, figure out what everybody's doing, and put out some fires. But I am back, and I promise I didn't just disappear without a trace for no reason.
Would you like to take care of your fires first? Or should we have a conversation?
I told the rest of my team I would meet with them so that we can discuss our communal fires. But after that, I would very much like to have a conversation.
Okay. Contact me when you're ready.
I will. And it's good to hear your voice.
There's a bit of a pause before she says, yours too.
Rip.
Hecate out.
Mommy's mad at us.
It's not my
That's a baseline for me, so it's not really that weird for me, but like she was real cold with you. I don't know what the fuck was going on there. I just want to say that the guy in the suit probably wiped some memories, huh? We gotta find that guy in the suit and steal all his suits and then, but apprehend him or whatever we do.
Get the suit, get the power.
Get the suit, get the power. It is a power suit.
I don't think it's a memory wipe, unless he has the power to erase the memory of an entire person.
Well, if he can make a whole portal to a different reality, seems pretty powerful. Roxy completely oblivious to the fact that she also made a portal twice.
And Cynthia just kind of looks at Sarah, who I think followed her, or did
No,
not.
Sarah was still in the room. Probably at this point has gotten changed, but is probably just waiting to figure out what is going to be done instead of walking around and exhausting herself.
Cynthia's going to walk back to that room. Things are fucked. Hecate seems to have no memory of you at all, whatsoever. Still knows who Mark is.
Still hates him or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
My guess, you showed up back in that portal, so maybe there wasn't another you walking around, or maybe you going to that portal fucked things up somehow. I do not know. Would you like to come with us while we figure this out?
yeah.
All right.
Cool. Okay.
Do you want me to drive or do you want to drive?
I would love it if you could drive.
I can drive. You two can catch up in the back seat or whatever you got to do. We'll probably have to order some pizza or something because all the food in the fridge is probably bad if it's been 2 months.
Oh, gross. Or Sylvie's plants might have eaten it.
Or the plants might be taking over the whole place, but we'll figure it out. I can wrestle plants now. I got my powers back.
Okay. Penthouse.
All right, let's go.
Okay. You can load up into Thomas's car and head over to the penthouse where Sylvie and Elena are headed. But I think the last scene we will play out tonight before resolving all of this chaos once again is when the phone in the motel lobby rings.
Snaps it up. Yes, hello?
Mr. Hatathli, we have an interstate call to a DeMarco residence for you. If you're ready to
patch
take
me
the
through.
line.
Yes.
Rings a few times before the phone is answered. And Mama DeMarco says, "Oh, DeMarco residence, how can I help you?"
Hello, Miss DeMarco. Do you know me?
Who's me? What's your name, son?
Joe Hatathli?
Oh, Joe, it's been so long. Dang.
I'm doing. Is Tony there?
No, he just he got a call and was told to go meet some friend by the name of Elena, so he just ducked out about 30 minutes ago. Do you want me to take a message for when he gets back?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind having him call at this number, and I'll give the number of the phone box.
She'll take it down. Okay.
Is Roxy there?
Yes, she is. Do you want me to get her?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Just give me 1 second. And then and you probably hear some muffled conversation. We can't really make out the words before the phone is picked up. And Roxy's voice says, "Hello, who's this?"
Rox, it's me. Jeez, are you okay?
Who's this?
It's Joe. Remember?
Wait, it's Joe Hatathli. Oh yeah, you
Yeah.
were Tony's friend.
And yours?
I mean, I guess we didn't really hang out much, but okay. I won't turn down a friend.
Okay. Rox, is there a reason you didn't go with Tony to meet Elena? Do you know who Elena is?
I don't know anyone named Elena, no.
Oh god. Okay. So yeah, you know how Halcyon's weird, right?
What do you mean weird? I mean, like, We got superpowered people, but those are everywhere.
Yeah, but were you surprised by superpower people when you got here?
What do you mean got here? I've always known about superpowered people.
Do you have powers?
No. I wish. That'd be pretty cool, though. Gee, oh, I wonder if I had powers, what they'd be like. Flying's kind of like standard, so I don't know if that'd be like super exciting, but I don't know. Maybe like the ability to run really fast. That'd be cool. I could go like pick up fresh bread every morning and bring it back to Ma. She'd like that.
Yeah, I bet she would. Okay, I need you to let Tony know to give me a call once he gets back, okay?
Sure. I think Ma took down a note with the phone number, so
Yeah, just
she forgets, I'll let him know.
Thank you. It's gonna be a weird question. What day is it?
November 22nd.
Joe hangs up and starts frantically calling the hungry sailor.
The what?
And that's where we'll pick up next week.
I think we're gonna have a contest of who has the most fucked up life now. Like, who's...
Oh, it's Joe. He is in so much shit.
Are you fucking kidding me? There's a whole
There's two Roxys now.
There are two Roxys.
There are
At
two
least
Roxys.
two. There may be
Maybe
more
more.
Roxys.
I'm also kind of. I
We're
don't
just
think
multiplying.
Sylvie has
That
a
she
contender
does.
here, but I'm also kind of concerned about what she got up to with powers
Yeah.
and how much she's pissed off the Pharaoh.
I
at this point.
appreciate that my alternate universe self was like, I'm just gonna stay in this mansion. This seems like the safest option.
I do appreciate that she stayed in the mansion at the small estate. But
Elena's was like pretty chill. She was like, you know what?
I
I'm
should
rich
just,
here.
like-
That's fine.
I'm just gonna vibe.
I should just like write up everything that happened while you were away.
please do.
There's a journal somewhere. It's so helpful of alternate universe me to write a log of what
Oh my
happened.
Apocalypse log.
I'm happy to see Halcyon is not overgrown with plants or
Yeah.
anything like that.
There's
Plants
not
with-
wild
Yeah.
hounds running around and the
Yeah.
werewolves haven't taken over to our
We haven't
knowledge.
seen that yet.
Yet.
Oh shit.
Two Roxys. That's what I was worried about.
We also haven't been inside the penthouse, knowing that Sylvie's plants have been
Are
The
unregulated.
entire Fey realm is
Plants
just
are
vibing
hungry.
in our living
Portal
room
to the
and
Fey
shit.
realm is open.
Open
At
and
least we've got
unguarded.
Fey wine. Shit.
Yeah,
Plants probably are regarding it. What?
yeah.
Roxy
but
needs a goddamn drink.
those are only
Are you
traits
hunting
the whole
bugs?
team
does.
Are
Yeah,
you hunting bugs?
Yeah.
She still doesn't know that there's two Roxys though, so
yeah. That's gonna be a fun
That's-
little.
There
riff.
it is.
Only
Wasn't
Elena
sure
and
how-
Joe know right now,
Yeah.
and Sylvie. Elena, Joe, and Sylvie are the only ones who know right now.
Well, Joe doesn't know it's the second Roxy. He's
Oh,
worried
that's
something
fair.
happened to her.
She's
did she hit her head in the portal?
Yeah.
It's like deleted a whole chunk of time.
Like 9 months of it. Actually, almost a year probably. Since we lost 3 months in that portal. It's been a year since she got her powers.
Mhm.
Of course, he has a more immediate emergency to put out.
Yeah, Just a little bit.
At the Hungry Sailor. That's weird. I thought he would have called Henry first.
Well, she will be the next call, but
That's gonna go well. I
there's
can't wait
something-
to that.
So well.
there was something on the timer that
I'm pretty
has
sure it's
now
gonna
been
go
neglected.
click.
I've only
Anyway,
got a couple timers that I'm worried about, but it's fine.
end of session questions.
Thanks.
I'll go first. I'll say Sylvie grew closer to the team. I'm liking how she's feeling with her conditions, and I have some plans to clear them, so I'm not gonna clear them right now. And I'm gonna say she grew closer to Elena, if only because on top of everything else that happened when she got back, it seems like her alternate self gravitated towards Elena and her family. So
Okay. Elena already has influence over Sylvie. So, how would you like to shift some labels?
I am going to shift Savior up and Danger down.
Oh, this is lovely, guys.
Sylvia was super helpful in getting Sarah out of that clinic and speeding up Roxy. And the stag was also helpful, but the stag I don't think has labels.
Or
No.
influence.
Or influence. Not yet.
We're gonna
This
get
guy
the
only
stag
has
its
two
own
modes,
influence.
biting and not biting.
Yeah. My question, was there a dog inside of the stag's brain at that point? Like,
my god.
I don't know.
This motorcycle just starts chasing cars.
I got the
Bite
No
bike
rider.
the bike back. Like,
looking
did
for
the bike bite him and then he bit it back and now it's a lycanthropic
my God.
stag?
Oh no.
Oh
It
It's
turns
a
into
rare
a
stag bike.
bike dog.
See
Every
how many
full
things
moon.
we can stack on this bike.
Stag? Stack on the
No.
Oh no.
I
Hi, buddy.
can go next if you want. I grew closer to the team as Roxy typically does. And I would say that she grew closer to Sylvie actually, because she felt like her and Sylvie were kind of like vibing and like getting their powers back together. And they're also just fucking weird together. Like they're just
Also-
weirdos. And like they don't like blink an eye at each other's weird shit, you know? Like like she just
True.
feels like there's a certain kinship there. Also, I think if she had really like thought about it, maybe she would have grown onto her own image. But she's not even thinking about the fact that she's just creating fucking portals all over the place, like just running into reality and shit. Like she's like, that Joe, his life is gonna fall apart. She's so concerned about Joe's life falling apart.
So I think Sylvie's gonna shift Savior up and Mundane down in that situation.
I
then.
think that
Does that hit
I
something
think that
for you?
fucks with me, but that's okay.
I'm
Don't
sorry.
worry about it. It's okay. No, that's what's yep.
which-
My savior's
which-
at 3.
Which label
So-
did you lock again?
I locked
Danger.
danger.
So danger won't move.
I said Savior and Mundane.
Wait, did you say mundane up and savior down, or was it savior up?
Savior up, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's okay. I've just got to take a condition.
Remember, nothing moves then.
Yeah, I know.
And what condition shall that be?
I'm gonna take guilty.
Well, it's a
Oh,
GM decision.
it's the GM decision. I don't know. It's always different.
Do you have anything marked right now?
Angry. I'm angry at Joe.
Angry.
Half the team is angry.
Ooh. I think guilty works.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say guilty, or maybe afraid. Guilty, because she's kind of feels a little bad that Joe's life is falling apart, but also she's angry at him. So we have complicated feelings. Roxy is not. She's a simple thoughts, feelings complex. And that's that.
Okay. Who wants to go next?
I will. Elena's gonna grow closer to the team. She's gonna grow closer to Joe.
Aww.
Because it probably took a lot for him to open up to someone he hasn't really spent a whole lot of time talking to.
Joe does have influence over Elena already,
Okay.
which she got this session.
Boon. You have bookers.
I believe.
It's fucking crazy.
I believe I will shift mundane up and danger down.
My danger is at -2, which should be fine, right?
No, I think
No.
-2 is the lowest you can
Is
go.
it? I have the other thing open. -2 is the
-2 to
lowest.
+3.
Okay, so I get a condition.
Well, is it at -2 already, or would
It
it
is
be-
already at -2.
Then yes, you would get a condition. Sorry.
Okay, that's all right. Mundane up, danger down.
You have a couple of conditions marked, right?
Yes, I am insecure and angry. She's been angry since she got back from the first alternate dimension.
Say afraid because there are 2 Roxys that you know of.
Roxy's are just multiplying everywhere.
As long as they're not all as chaotic as Roxy Prime, it should be okay.
Roxy Prime definitely sounds like a transformer.
Oh, Charlie,
Maximus Prime.
looking at that roll, because I thought we could shift down to -3, I also take a condition.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did
So
you have
this goes
anything
for
marked?
I have hopeless and angry marked.
We've got so many conditions up in here.
Let's also do afraid because you know there are 2.
I was about to say, yeah, I feel like afraid would make sense for her right now too.
This Roxy's
'Cause-
coming out of the woodwork.
That was one of the reasons why, or that was one of the other ones you were considering for her. So.
Okay.
Now you know why Roxy needs so many girlfriends, Joe. Because Roxy's multiply.
I believe it's just me left for end of session.
No, I've got
No,
it,
Cynthia
so-
has to go too.
Cynthia.
Well, I can go next because I think mine's pretty obvious. I will grow closer to Elena
Yay!
because it did feel to Joe that he finally managed to forge a connection that he'd been wanting with her for a while. Respects her
Bravo.
a lot.
Bravo.
Yay.
Elena does have influence over Joe.
Mm-hmm. So, what would you like to shift? And then I think I'll actually take the potential this time around.
I'm gonna shift mundane up and danger down.
And that's another condition for me.
Let's see. A common shift today.
Do you have any conditions marked?
I have guilty marked.
Guilty. I think hopeless would be good in this situation.
I was thinking hopeless or afraid. All right.
And Cynthia is going to actually grow into her image of herself a little bit
Get it, girl.
because we succeeded and we failed. And the conversation she just had with Hecate scared her. So we're going to shift Savior down because she feels like she fucked up deeply somehow. and Superior up because I think she's going to be falling back on what Hecate has taught her, perhaps in the absence of the relationship that she's used to having with Hecate.
Okay.
So we'll see how that goes.
We'll see how a lot of this goes.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. Thank you everyone for joining us this evening. I
Faster.
am exceptionally pleased with how things have gone. Please join us tomorrow for chapter 2 of our Tartarus Gate charity stream for Pride Month. Let's see who dies.
Everyone.
See who dies
We
horribly.
all die,
in the
but who
depths of
dies
space
first?
and disappear. Hello. Focus on me.
Yeah.
It's me.
First person to die will
Charlie's
be you.
NPCs die first.
Yeah, hope all of you are having a good time and a much less jarring time than our characters here are having now that they're back in what seems to be their home reality. And please join us back here again next week for the continuation of this chaos and attempt at slowly mending all of the problems that were caused. So have a good night. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.